the one who was the instrument for awakening the world. That's better. You're so close to God that you became His image and lived your life being the embodiment of easiness and sweetness. You made the impossible possible. The heart desires to salute you, to bow down to you. Dadiji's memories in every heart. How you experienced Baba's company and continue to walk on the path of truth in the company of the Supreme Father, and continue to serve altruistically, making everyone move forward with love. You adopted everyone, made everyone belong to you, and looking at everyone with the same equal vision. Even today we're learning from you, Dadiji. Today, this special day, 25th August, the day of Dadiji becoming Avyakt, the day of remembrance, and so making the memories of Dadiji even more alive.
दादी जी के समीप जाने से ही जैसे अपने आप ही स्नेह प्रेम के अश्रु आ जाते, ईश्वर के प्रति, बाबा के प्रति समर्पण भाव आ जाता। दादी जी सदा बाबा ने जो कहा उसे तुरंत अपनाती, और दादी जी की दृष्टि ये सिखलाती।
Dadiji's drishti teaches us how we have to move also. This is what we have to do. This is world benefit. It's as though all the feelings emerging from the heart, and as Dadiji's drishti falls on the soul, it brings about great transformation. And just hearing Dadiji's voice, everyone says, "This is my Dadi, she is my Dadima, my grandmother." Dadiji always stays in her self-respect and gives respect to each and everyone, doesn't matter whether someone is young or old, but yet Dadi gave respect to each and everyone, keeping each one ahead of herself. Big heart, honest heart. Dadiji was always very honest, trustworthy, faithful. Now we're seeing this Prakashtam, the pillar of light, seeing the brothers and sisters everywhere. It's as though this pillar of light, Prakash Thumb, is telling Dadiji's life story. Everyone experiencing Dadiji's presence even today. Everyone's asking, what was Dadi like? And everyone would say, Dadi was Dadi. Dadi was Dadi. No one like her. Secretary General Brother Nirvai also just arrived at the Prakash Thumb, coming to pay his tribute to Dadiji. If we were to speak of Dadi's specialities, then even the earth, the sky would be very small to fill with Dadi's specialities. Karuna Bhai, Director of PR and Communications, also with Nirvai Bhai to pay his tribute to Dadiji. Whatever virtues Dadiji picked up from Baba, she always felt, I have to share this with everyone and keep everyone ahead of me. Dadi was number one in harmonizing everyone's sanskars. When Baba became Avyakt, Baba gave the responsibility of speaking the Murli, reading the Murli to Dadiji. When Baba became Avyakt, Didi and Dadi became such partners that everyone used to say that they're two bodies but one soul. One said something and the other one accepted. Whatever signal they received from Baba, they always said, Ji Baba. They never used their intellect for anything. They kept the other ahead of themselves. They never came into conflict of nature, sanskars, nothing. It was as though Baba was merged in their sanskars. Dadiji always used to say, whatever Baba is teaching us through the Murli, we have to put all of that into practical form. It was as though Dadiji herself was an image of God's teachings. Such a wonderful example for everyone.
जब भी कोई दादी जी से पूछता कि दादी बाबा आपको क्या वरदानी बोल बोलते थे और बाबा के साथ रहते आपने क्या-क्या सीखा?
Whenever anyone asked Dadiji, what were the blessings that Baba gave you? What did Baba tell you?
Brahma Kumaris, Dadi Ratan Mohini ji bhi Prakash Thumb par
Dadi Ratan Mohini also present at the tower of pillar of light, Prakash Thumb. Even today, sharing the inspirations with the world. What did you learn from Baba? If Dadi was asked this, she would say, Baba would tell me, this child is number one in the rosary. She's a faithful child. She is a completely pure Kumari of Baba. She is a very obedient child of Baba.
दादी हमेशा ऐसे समझती
Dadi always used to think,
दिल में बाबा और
Baba is in my heart and I am in Baba's heart.
संपूर्ण श्रीमत पर चलना है
I have to follow Baba's Srimad completely.
छिपाना नहीं है
I mustn't hide anything,
मुझे सदा
and I have to
रहता
always have this, I always have this enthusiasm
का चिराग बनकर
that I have to be the lamp of Baba's hopes and fulfill his hopes.
तस्वीर पर अर्पित
So now offering the garlands of roses and
जैसे इस पुष्प
mogra to Dadi ji, a special tribute to Dadi.
समर्पण पर समर्पित हो रहे हैं
It says though offering the garland, we are surrendering ourselves to Dadi ji and promising Dadi ji
बाबा की शिक्षाओं पर
that Baba,
आप चलें
just as you have followed Baba's teachings,
आपकी आशाओं को
we will also follow Baba's teachings and we will also fulfill Baba's hopes.
बाबा कहा करते थे
Baba always used to say,
बड़ी नदी है
Kumarka is a big river. She is a Maharati child.
इस प्रकार दादी कहती
And so Dadi also would say, I feel as though
मन में बाबा के प्रति अथाह प्यार
that I have a lot of love and regard for Baba.
मुझे सच्चे प्यार व सम्मान की दृष्टि से निहारते
And Baba is also looking at me with true love
हुए
and a lot of respect. Living with Baba,
पिता और राजाओं जैसी
I saw so much generosity and royalty from Baba.
बाबा से कार्य व्यवहार में रहते हुए
Working with Baba,
की कला सीखी
I learnt the art of staying beyond.
क्या नहीं सिखाया
What did Baba not teach me?
आया ही नहीं
Not only did Baba teach me, but he
ना सजाया
decorated me with so many blessings that
चरित्र
even today,
से ओझल नहीं होते
Baba's activities, it's as though they're just in front of your eyes. Through Dadi, we're able to see Baba's activities, how she learned everything from Baba.
दादी जी की ये बातें
Dadi's inspirations,
इतनी शक्तिशाली होती
whatever Dadi taught, it was just as simple but also powerful.
सभी
Whenever Dadi entered a gathering,
ईश्वर को समर्पित कर
it was as though
तैयार हो जाते
she was ready to surrender herself to God at any moment.
जैसे ही पड़ती
As soon as Dadi's drishti fell on anyone,
एक मुस्कान
everyone would forget all difficulties and there would be a beautiful smile on everyone's face.
सभा में सबसे पूछती
When Dadi ji would ask everyone in the gathering, is everyone happy? Is everyone okay?
बस हाथ
Everyone would just wave their hands.
को एक प्यारी सी मुस्कान देते कि इतनी बड़ी दादी और हम सभी से पूछ रही हैं
I would say,
ऐसे अनुभव एक एक आत्मा ने किए
each and every soul had such a wonderful experience with Dadi ji.
नजदीक आते कुछ पल भी दादी जी के संग बिताते वे अनुभव करते कि दादी जी जैसे वरदानों से झोली भर रही हैं
It says though Dadi ji is filling everyone's aprons with so many blessings, and through her drishti, Dadi is saying so much to each one.
दादी जी ने बाबा की शिक्षाओं को अपना जीवन बना लिया
Dadi ji had made Baba's teachings her life and engaged herself in his service at every moment.
अनेक रंगों की भांति जैसे दादी जी
Just like many colors,
अनेक शक्तियों को दिखा रहे हैं
all the many colorful flowers, demonstrating all of Dadi's virtues,
जैसे उनके चेहरों पर
just
हो रहा है
seeing the feelings of love on Dadi ji.
विशेषताएं तो अनेक थीं
Dadi had many specialities, many talents, but because of her power of truth,
निर्भयता थी
Dadi was always fearless.
ऐसे पालना देते
Dadi was giving such sustenance that
मम्मा बुलाते
that she used to be called Mini Mama.
को याद करते
As we remember
माता को
Dadi,
याद कर
we remember the sustenance she gave to everyone, and our eyes are filled with tears just remembering those teachings.
आज भी हमारे समक्ष
Dadi,
है,
the feeling is that even today Dadi is in front of us and is
शिक्षक बनकर आगे
with us as our companion in service, as our teacher, and enabling us to move forward.
दादी जी अपना अनुभव सुनाती थी
Dadi ji used to share her experience
में शायद कोई नहीं होगा
that
परंतु
perhaps there's no one like Dadi in the whole world.
कभी भी
In her life,
बार भी
not even once did Dadi ever tell a lie.
बाबा की सच्ची सच्ची
Dadi ji was Baba's a very true and honest child.
यज्ञ की माँ भी बन
She was a mother of the yagya.
बाबा जो भी डायरेक्शंस देते
Whatever directions Baba would give,
इंतजार नहीं करती
Dadi never wasted a moment. She never waited, but immediately followed that instruction, carried out that instruction.
दादी जी पिताव्रता और पतिव्रता एक व्रता रही
Dadi ji was very honest and faithful to the father as well as
के आधार पर
as
उन्होंने यज्ञ को आगे बढ़ाया
to her beloved.
और ब्रह्मा कुमारी की मुख्य प्रशासिका बन
She became the main administrator of the Brahma Kumaris and
कोने कोने तक पहुंचाया
enabled Baba's service to reach every corner of the world.
दादी जी को याद करने आज हर कोई प्रकाश स्तंभ पर आना चाहते हैं
Everyone wishes to come to this memorial of Dadi ji
कि दादी
to pay their tribute to Dadi ji,
होते
and just flying in
प्रकाश स्तंभ पर
the experiences with Dadi. It's as though we are everywhere, everyone is present at this
दिव्य बुद्धि
beautiful memorial.
दृष्टि की वरदानी थी
Dadi ji had received the blessing of a divine intellect and divine drishti.
और पवित्र रखा
She kept her vision very pure, very divine,
कोई बुद्धि है ही नहीं
and she would say, it's not my intellect, it's the intellect of the one who is the intellect of the wise. He's our Baba and he has given me a divine,
दान दिया है
given me this blessing of a divine intellect and divine
अभिमान
sight.
आ सकता
And so one can never have that ego of their intellect because it's not
विशेषता से
anyone's personal intellect but Baba's intellect.
फॉलो फादर करने में
In this way, Dadi ji was number one in following the father.
दादी जी को दिव्य दृष्टि का
Dadi ji
वरदान मिल गया
had received, it was as though Dadi ji had received this blessing of the divine vision,
दादी
divine sight. Even today, Dadi is watching us from wherever she is.
महसूसता हो रही है
Each one has the feeling that Dadi is here with us. Such a beautiful memorial.
अनुपम दृष्टि
So many flowers being offered.
जैसे माँ की ज्ञान देती
It's as though she, as the mother, she would give us this knowledge. As a friend,
मम्मा
call her Kumarka or Mini Mama.
या बाबा का सपना
You fulfilled Baba's dreams.
दादी जी आपकी वो सरल मुस्कान आज भी हमें सरल बनाती है
Dadi ji, your
आपकी आज भी
beautiful smile is
दी है
giving us so much power.
हमारी प्यारी दादी माँ याद
The one who was specially loved by Baba, our lovely Dadi Ma, we remember you so much.
दादी जी की विशेषताओं को बाबा भी वर्णन करते
Even Baba speaks of Dadi ji's specialities.
दादी जी के लिए कहते
Baba used to say for Dadi ji,
जैसे आप सबकी दादी निमित्त बनी ना
just as you became an instrument as Dadi for everyone, whether anyone says anything or not,
निमित्त पालना के बनी
you became the instrument to give that sustenance, and so we automatically remember
आप
you.
दादा की तो बात छोड़ो लेकिन दादी तो आप जैसी ही थी लेकिन करके दिखाया।
Dadi was like
सबसे
Baba.
बड़ा पेपर
The
Dadi
biggest
ने
paper that Dadi had
ब्रह्मा
to
बाप
give
के
was
अव्यक्त होने के टाइम दिया।
at the time of Brahma
ऐसे
Baba
वायुमंडल
becoming Avyakta.
अचानक और इतनी हिम्मत रखना
Suddenly to
और
face
सभी
this
अपनी
test paper
हिम्मत
and
के
to
पार
have
करना,
such
ये
courage
तो
at that
कमाल थी
time,
ना। बाबा कहते
it was her wonder.
दिया,
Everyone
लेकिन
gave
निमित्त तो बनी।
everyone
दादी की क्या
gave their
विशेषता थी?
cooperation, but Dadi became the instrument then. So what was Dadi's speciality?
मुराद हासिल।
She had a clean heart, and because of this all the desires were fulfilled.
दिल में नहीं रखी।
Dadi didn't keep anything in her heart
देखते भी
for anyone.
उनको उमंग दिलाया।
If she saw someone being a little bit careless, she would give them enthusiasm. She would say, put aside this carelessness and just have that enthusiasm. And she gave courage to everyone.
दिल से कहते हैं
Everyone would say, my Dadi,
मेरी दादी।
my Dadi.
इसलिए
Just as we say, Mera Baba, we say, Meri Dadi.
उन्हें कहा
A group that had come, Baba said to them, have the aim to be a companion
स्वरूप दिखाना।
and to become the practical embodiment of Baba's teachings.
प्रकाशमणि दादी
Such was our Dadiji, Dadi Prakashmani, that even God sings your praise.
ईश्वरीय मार्ग पर चलने की परिभाषा।
She was the example following
दादी जी पर
the
अर्पण
path of
करने
God's
के लिए,
teachings.
अपनी कृतज्ञता को वर्णन करने के लिए, दादी जी की स्मृतियों को पुनः मन में जागृत करने के लिए,
A special day for us to reawaken the memories of Dadiji, to experience her presence once again in front of us. Many brothers and sisters have come to Shantivan from many corners of the world.
दादी जी की वाइब्रेशंस को महसूस कर रहे हैं
They're experiencing Dadiji's vibrations and feeling
कि दादी जी
that Dadiji is
साथ हैं।
with us.
दादी जी जब मुरली सुनाती,
When Dadiji used to read the Murli,
जैसे
she would read it as though
का अनुभव
she is experiencing God's sweetness
करा रही।
and giving that sweetness to everyone.
दादी जी सभी को सम्मान देती।
Dadiji would give respect to each and everyone, whether they were young or old.
ये भाव सभी को अति प्रिय लगता
And this was such a lovely nature of Dadi. Everyone loved this nature.
एक बच्चा बनकर
With children, Dadiji would become a child and she would play with them.
कभी क्रिकेट,
Sometimes just
खेल,
playing cricket, sometimes playing badminton, sometimes playing,
भांति
try catching someone.
से भरपूर रहती।
But in this way, Dadi always was full of energy.
सभी का दादी से अति प्रेम था।
Dadi, everyone had so much love for Dadi.
रहेगा।
They had love for Dadi, they have love for Dadi, and will always have this love for Dadi. Whether you call her Kumarka, Baba's Kumari, or you call her Prakashmani, the jewel of light,
पर आत्मा में
she had this beautiful nature of making everyone belong to her.
जैसे दादी के भाव को हमारे दिल तक पहुंचाती है।
Dadiji's image is enabling her feelings to reach our hearts.
पर फेथ रखकर सभी को आगे बढ़ाती।
She always had faith in each and every one and enabled each one to move forward.
नहीं कर सकते।
If someone felt that they couldn't carry out a particular task, then Dadiji would remind them that
कराने वाला है।
Karan Karavanhar, Baba is the one who is getting everything done. You don't have to do anything. All you have to do is just be instrumental.
स्वयं निमित्त का पार्ट बजाती।
So Dadiji herself played the part of being the instrument.
विशाल
With humility, she carried out this wonderful task of the renewal,
सदैव मुस्कुराती रहती।
always smiling.
जब वे विदेश गईं पहली बार,
When she went abroad the first time,
वहाँ भी
there also, whoever
एक ही
she
प्रश्न
met,
पूछते,
they would ask this one question.
आप हमेशा
Dadiji, you are always smiling. How come?
दादी जी की
How come you're always smiling?
मुस्कान का परिचय बन
It was as though Dadiji's smile gave Baba's introduction to everyone.
समाधि
She would be merged in everyone's hearts.
दादी जी जब हॉस्पिटल में वेंटिलेटर पर भी रही,
In her last days, when Dadiji was in the hospital on the ventilator, then also she was smiling.
सेवा करती हैं
People said, Dadiji, do you not get tired meeting so many people?
कि बाबा भी मालिश कर देता है,
And Dadiji's reply would be, Baba is massaging me.
अनुभव करती
So Dadiji always used to experience Baba's company with herself, and speaking to Baba, she would
देती।
give that faith to everyone to follow the path that Baba had shown us.
दादी जी से जब कोई ये पूछता
When anyone asked Dadiji,
यज्ञ का क्या स्वरूप देखना चाहती हैं,
how do you wish to see the yagya?
ये
And
मधुबन
Dadiji would say,
बाबा का महान तीर्थ है,
Madhuban is the greatest pilgrimage place of Baba.
सागर ब्रह्मपुत्र
It's
नदियों का संगम है,
it's the confluence of the rivers of Brahma and all the rivers. The whole world belongs to Baba, but from this Abba's home, from the father's home, let each and every soul come and take their right.
यहाँ से
Let them come and take even just a drop of something for themselves.
को ज्ञान व योग की अंजलि प्राप्त हो।
Let each one take this drop of knowledge, a drop of peace from here. It is from here that everyone will take a drop and they will be benefited and they will share this with everyone else.
यज्ञ में
In this sacrificial fire of the knowledge of Rudra, let everyone
भस्म करके
make their offering
शांति प्राप्त
and
करें।
absolve their sins and experience peace and happiness.
आशा
This was Dadi's
उनकी
desire.
थी।
This was the hope that she had, that everyone receives something from here.
तो ऐसा प्रतीत होता
When Dadiji was sitting on the stage,
राजा बैठा
it felt as though an emperor was sitting there.
जी में
In Dadiji's personality, there was this speciality
होकर
that everyone was
आना चाहते,
attracted to her and wanted to come close to her.
लेना चाहते।
They wanted to speak to her, to take drishti from her.
प्रेम
And seeing this selfless love from Dadi, they wanted to experience it themselves. I also want to become like Dadiji. This was the feeling that everyone had when going in front of Dadiji. A soul who made everyone so beautiful, so many flowers being, so many garlands of flowers being offered to Dadiji.
विश्व भर में फैल रहा है।
Today, from this Prakash Tham, the light from this memorial is spreading everywhere across the world, giving everyone this feeling of happiness.
प्रभु परवारी हर बात जिसकी नारी
The one of whom everything is unique. Such is our sweet Dadi. Such is our sweet Dadi. A mountain of sweetness, a mountain of flowers for her. Amazing tributes for Dadiji. Wreaths, garlands, bouquets, flowers, baskets full of flowers. Roses full of so much fragrance. You can imagine how beautiful the fragrance of Dadi's life was, enabling everyone to become such a beautiful flower. 16th anniversary today. Dadi ji somewhere will soon be celebrating her 16th birthday. A young Kumari, probably inspiring others with her beautiful smile, with her power of truth.
दादी जी में सदा संतुष्ट मणि बन
Dadi ji was always a jewel of contentment and always wanted to make everyone content.
हमेशा संतुष्ट मणि बनकर रही
Dadi ji was always this jewel of contentment, and the inspiration she gave everyone was
शक्ति
that God's love,
का
God's power gives one the feeling of perfection,
कि सब मेरे से संतुष्ट रहें
and always had the thought, let everyone be content with me.
सबकी दुआएं हैं दादी जी कहती
The contentment from me means I receive everyone's blessings.
सबको संतुष्ट करना है
In her mind, she always had the thought, I want to make everyone content and receive blessings from everyone.
इस धारणा से
And with this dharana,
सदा निश्चित
her
रहती है
intellect was always carefree.
संतुष्टता ही
Dadi ji's
उदारता थी
contentment was, the contentment brought so much generosity. And we saw that in Dadi's life, how she was so generous. Anyone who came to Dadi, they never went away empty-handed.
प्रकाश स्तंभ बन प्रकाश देना ही है काम
This is
स्तंभ बन प्रकाश देना ही है काम
Satish Bhai, be the pillar of, being the tower of light. You have to give light.
उस प्रकाश पुंज को प्रणाम
So,
दादी
paying tribute to that
उस
tower of light,
दादी प्रकाशमणि
the one whose name, the name of that great personality whose name is Dadi Prakashmani.
ब्रह्मा तन में तब
God who incarnated at the time of defamation of defamation,
धारे छोड़ अपना परम धाम
but this is the time that God left his supreme abode and came onto earth.
ब्रह्मा बाबा माली अब लाएं
Shiv Baba, the
जो
Lord of the garden, and Brahma Baba, the gardener.
कन्या थी
And amongst this, there was one Kumari whose special name was Rama, otherwise known as Dadi Prakashmani ji.
अल्पायु में
At a very young age, at the age of 14, you came to this spiritual university
किया समर्पण
and surrendered yourself,
से विभूषित वो ललाम
and with all your
मणि जी
talents, you engaged yourself in God's service.
आई जिस घड़ी
The moment you came to Om Mandali,
प्रथम दृष्टि थी पड़ी
when
बड़ी दादी
the first drishti of Pitashri fell on you,
धाम
you became Baba's right hand.
उस विभूति का है नाम
Dadi Prakashmani ji became Baba's right hand.
संस्था की बागडोर
He,
संपूर्ण बनकर पिताश्री चले वतन की ओर
Pitashri
तभी से की बेहद सेवा
became perfect and left everything in the hands of Dadiji's,
विभूति का है नाम
leaving everything to Dadiji,
को बनाया
the one
विशाल
who made a little bud, little plant into a huge tree,
कर्मों से कमाल
and who actually
त्याग सेवा का मिला
performed such wonders.
परिणाम
And that's when we saw
जी
the wonderful results of the tyag and tapasya of such a personality. Remember God. Remembering God gave the message of God of how Abud is the greatest pilgrimage place, and gave the message of world brotherhood. Such is the personality, the image of divinity, the crown of spirituality. You are sparkling in every heart. Every heart is singing your name, Dadi ji. You surrendered everything to serve the world, and you filled everyone with so much happiness, and all the four corners are singing your praise, Dadi ji. Dadi ji Prakashmani.
दादी प्रकाशमणि जी उस विभूति का है नाम।
ऐसी विभूति,
such a personality, such a great personality,
कि पग पग में ज्ञान दादी जी की हर दृष्टि में,
in every drishti of Dadi, just Baba was merged in that, the one who made everyone like herself. Anytime Dadi would meet someone, and each one would have this special experience, each one would feel that this is a great, very, very great personality. She is such a personality that by being close to her, you have so much benefits at every moment. When any difficulties came, then Dadi would just consider it to be a game and overcome that difficulty with Baba's remembrance. Dadi ji always inspired every sister to become a Shiv Shakti, to live as a Shiv Shakti. Dadi ji would teach everyone Baba's teachings through her own actions, and she had such a feeling of belonging, such a sparkle in her words that when you came close to her, you would feel such coolness. It would feel as though you've come close to a river. It's as though such was our Dadi Prakashmani ji. Dadi Prakashmani, Dadi Kumarka, and just saying her name, the mind blossoms. Coming to visit the Prakash Dham, the heart experiences Dadi's power, her feelings, her inspirations, her vibrations. Even today, Dadi giving so much sustenance. Even today, enabling Baba's service to move forward. When anyone asks Dadi, when you took this responsibility of the yagya in your hands, when Baba gave you this responsibility, what has been your experience from that moment until now? And Dadi would say, I always feel that Baba is always with me. He is the one who's making me do everything. He is above me, He is on my shoulders, He is in my eyes. It's as though Baba is everywhere around me. I receive Baba's divine inspirations. It's as though Didi and Dadi, we are Baba's two arms. And so He is making His arms work. When any huge task of the yagya had to be carried out, then Dadiji would say, I just consider myself to be an instrument. I never feel any kind of burden about anything. When anyone comes to me to ask for Shrimat about anything, then immediately I become Yog-Yukt. I take Shrimat from Baba and give them the response. I never feel that I am giving Shrimat to anyone. Dadiji always used to say, I have the thought Many of Baba's children come to the yagya to claim their rights.
अपना अधिकार
Let each and every child claim their right as they come here.
पवित्रता की स्थिति के बारे में तो
Dadiji's stage of purity, she would say, from the very beginning,
मुझे
Baba has
वरदान दिया
given me the blessing of purity.
मुझे अपना जीवन पूर्णतया वरदानी लगता
I feel my life is blessed with this
दादी जी का
purity.
जीवन विश्व के लिए एक वरदान बन गया
It's as though Dadiji's life became a blessing for the rest of the world.
परिवर्तन की
Dadiji herself became the definition of transformation.
दादी जी के स्लोगन पढ़ते हैं
When we listen to Dadiji's slogans,
बाबा का कार्य
we feel
इस
how
प्रकार से दादी ने चलाया
Dadi enabled Baba's task of the yagya to be carried out, and even today, as the instrument, inspirations from Dadi is making everyone move forward. Dadiji always remained yogyukta,
सदैव
always divine, always cheerful,
प्रेम से
and with love would meet everyone,
चाहे बच्चे हो
whether someone was an old person, a young child.
दादी जी का चेहरा सदा योगयुक्त और दिव्यता
Dadi's
से
face
संपन्न
was always
हर्ष दिखाई
yogyukta,
देता।
filled with
उन्हें सदा यही ध्यान रहता
divinity,
कि जो कर्म
and she would always feel, whatever I do, seeing me, others will also follow. So was always very aware of her actions. Surya Bhai come to pay his tribute.
दादी जी हमेशा एक
दादी
पुष्प की
जी
तरह
Always
विशेषताओं से महके
like a flower,
और ये विशेषताएं
always sparkling with such specialities,
चारों ओर फैलती रहती
spreading the fragrance of those
दादी जी की
specialities
तस्वीरों को आज हम
everywhere.
देखते हैं,
And
पाते हैं।
when we see Dadi's pictures,
सदा
we always see the smiling face, her face decorated with such a beautiful smile. When Dadiji would give class, she would become an embodiment of Shakti, power. When she would play with the children, it would be as though
प्यार से उन्हें भी सम्मान देती
she would give them so much respect with love,
का घर है
and would give everyone the experience that this is everyone's home.
विशेषताओं से खुद को भरना
To come to the land of Madhuban means
दादी जी सिखलाती दादी जी का
to learn how easy it is to fill yourselves with virtues and specialities just coming to Madhuban.
जब दादी जी से कहते कि दादी जी ईश्वरीय परिवार के लिए आपका क्या प्रेरणा है
When Dadiji was asked, what is your inspiration for the godly family?
बाबा के
What message would you like to share? And Dadi would say, all of us are Baba's children. We are all one. We're all going to be united.
श्रीमत से
And following the Srimad of one, we will make the whole world united.
हम दादी जी के
Even today,
स्मृति दिवस को
on Dadiji's Day of Remembrance,
के रूप में
we are celebrating it as a
दादी कहती
world
नई दुनिया
brotherhood.
एक धर्म
As Dadi always used to say, in the new world there will be one religion, one kingdom. This is the proof of our unity.
पवित्रता और शांति की शक्ति ही सारे विश्व को
Our unity and the power of purity and peace is going to transform the world.
उनका संपूर्ण जीवन
And so in this way,
के
that is
पुरुष प्रजापिता ब्रह्मा व परमपिता परमात्मा के साथ उनकी छत्र छाया में बीता
Dadi's life was spent in the
नैनों से
under the canopy of Shiv Baba and Pitashri Brahma.
पूछते हुए
Hmm.
स्नेह सम्मान देते हुए देखा
And we saw how Dadi was the instrument for the
समा गई। उनकी
construction of the new world.
संपूर्ण बन गई।
how she was
दादी जी ने
totally merged
जीवन जीने की कला
and became
सिखाई
perfect through God's
और ये
love.
बतलाया कि ईश्वर का साथ हो
And she
क्या है
demonstrated
जो मुमकिन नहीं
when you have God's
दादी जी
company,
ने
then what is not
कहा
possible. Dadiji not only
नहीं करके दिखलाया
said everything, but she demonstrated practically doing everything.
हमारे नैनों में हमारे दिलों में
Dadiji
हमारी
was
भावनाओं
always
में
in our
बाबा की
hearts, in
शिक्षाओं
our
में
eyes, in our
समाई
feelings.
रहती
She will always be
दादी जी
merged
की याद भी
in ourselves.
यही कहती
Dadiji's remembrance
परमात्मा को
tells
याद
us,
करो
remember
दादी जी
God.
हमेशा उस एक ईश्वर की ओर इशारा करती
Dadiji always used to just point to one God, remember that one.
ईश्वर के समीप
To
जाना
come close to Dadiji means to come close to God,
रग रग में
because
ईश्वर
she
का ज्ञान
had
समाया
God's knowledge
ईश्वर
merged
तत्व ही
in her
समाया
every
था
vein. God's
दादी जी
knowledge,
की
God's love,
बात
God's power was merged in
यही
her every
संदेश देती
vein. So
अब
everything about Dadi gave
बदलना
the
है
messages. We now
अब
have to change
परिवर्तित होना
ourselves.
है
We now have to transform
दादी
ourselves.
जी से सिर्फ ज्ञान ही नहीं
Not only
अपितु
receiving knowledge,
शक्ति भी
but
मिलती
also we
जो
receive
भी
so
एक
much
बार
power
दादी
from
जी से मिल
Dadi.
लेता
Anyone who would
उसे
meet
मानो
Dadi once,
उनके समीप रहने का ही दिल करता
then the
और
feeling would
ऐसा
be of
लगता
just staying
मेरी
close to
खोई हुई
Dadi.
माँ मुझे
And the
मिल गई
feeling
है
would be, I found the
मेरी
mother I
ईश्वरी
had
माँ
lost.
मुझे मिल गई है
I found my
मेरी दादी माँ
divine
मुझे
mother.
मिल गई
I
है
found my Dadi Ma.
ये अनुभव कर
So
आज भी हर
experiencing
मन मुस्कुरा
this,
रहा है
even today,
दादी जी
every
की याद
mind
में
is
एक
smiling.
यही कह रहा है कि दादी जी आप हमारे साथ ही हैं
Everyone says,
आप
Dadi ji, you
हमेशा
are
हमारे
with
साथ ही
me.
रहेंगे
You will always be with me.
दादी जी की वो मीठी मुस्कान
That sweet smile of Dadi, that
पालना
beautiful drishti,
अलौकिक
the
माँ की
sustenance.
ज्ञान अलौकिक सखी की कुमार का
As a
बेटे
mother, as a
मीना माँ
friend,
पुकारते
being called Kumarka, being
आपने
called Mini
पूर्ण
Mama,
किए बाबा के
you
सभी
fulfilled all of Baba's
आपकी वो
dreams.
सरल मुस्कान आज भी हमें सरल बनाती है
That
क्योंकि
sweet,
दादी जी
simple,
आपकी
easy smile of
मन की
yours is
अपार
making
शक्ति
everything so
दर्शाती
easy
है
for us.
बाबा की लाडली आप
You
हमारी
are Baba
प्यारी
specially
दादी
beloved.
माँ याद आपकी आती है
Our lovely Dadi, we remember you. We remember you even now at every moment.
हीरो में भी आप हीरा
Out of the diamonds, you are a diamond. Out of the gems, you are an invaluable gem. You are our lovely Dadi, Dadi Prakashmani.
सभी के पल भर में कष्ट मिटाती
Just
सभी के पल भर में कष्ट
your smile enables everyone's difficulties to be finished in a second. You play this murli and make everyone intoxicated with this murli. And receiving the love of the mother, even the angels bow down to you. Beloved Dadi Prakashmani ji, our lovely Dadi Prakashmani ji. Our heartfelt tribute to you, Dadi ji. About to finish the tribute here. This will go on for a long time, I'm sure, with thousands being present in Shantiwan. But so now you can enjoy the videos about Dadiji. Be in the ocean of light, she filled everyone with light. This is the new song that's been composed for Dadiji's day. Sweet, lovely Dadi used to love everyone from her heart. She was the owner of the divine virtues, the one with the wealth of divine virtues. Dadi Prakashmani, the one who had the wealth of divine virtues. The one who handed over all responsibilities, the one in whose hands God handed all the responsibility. Because she always kept God with her. Keeping God with her, God gave her all the responsibilities. The consciousness of I and mine, being completely beyond that. Dadi was miles away from this feeling of I and mine. This is why she is the true Kohinoor of Baba. She was the wealth of divine virtues, the one who was who owned so many virtues, divine virtues, meeting so many personalities, becoming the same as them, not having any kind of discrimination with anyone, but had a feeling of equality. This is why everyone bowed down to you, seeing your greatness. Being a child with the children, she was so innocent. She was the beautiful gardener of this great yagya of Madhuban. We'll say Om Shanti now till later, when our senior brothers will be sharing.
Become a good human being, or else you'll become a devil.
Spirituality is what? Getting the right values and the right attitudes ultimately.
Spirituality is a direct blessing from God.
To love, to give, and to serve.
To generate happiness in someone's heart, to make someone happy. This is the best charity. This is what spirituality is.
Science and spirituality are two sides of the same coin.
Spirituality and science are no two different things. They are not separate.
Spirituality is also a science actually. See, mere science without spirituality will only create monsters. Last century alone, millions of people have been killed by wars fought in the name of defending peace, religion and God. No God, no religion says you have to kill others to preserve their religions. Richer the country, they live in more fear, greater fear. In these days, this violence and these minor conflicts in wars can lead to a possibility of nuclear weapons being used by someone or the other. Some madcap can always press the wrong button, which means, there's destruction of lakhs and lakhs of people, and the amount of weapons, nuclear weapons that are available can destroy the whole mankind, all life forms on the planet many times over.
But why these adverse situations?
How can we escape from these situations?
Will the existing time change?
Who can change time?
Is it you and me or someone else?
Possible, impossible. Practicable, impracticable. Can be done, cannot be done.
One person cannot do it.
One person can never do it.
I don't think so. It's not one's cup of tea.
Cannot change by one person.
No, everybody has to pitch in and do it together.
Cannot change.
Can't change it.
It's not possible for one person to change it.
Because it's too complex.
It can never happen.
It is not in the capacity of one person.
Impracticable.
One person can't change the situation of the entire world.
Some believe that there is nothing one man or one woman can do against the enormous array of the world's ills, against misery, against ignorance and injustice and violence.
There are weaknesses in everyone. There are two sides to everything. Half are good, the other half bad. No matter how thin the coin is, there are two sides for it as well.
Yet many of the world's greatest events, the world's greatest movements of thoughts and actions, have flowed from the work of a single individual. A young monk began the Protestant Reformation. And it was a young woman who reclaimed the territory of France. It was a loincloth-clad Gandhi who brought the British Empire to its knees. While a brave man named Mandela led the change that broke the shackles of apartheid. Give me a place to stand, said Archimedes, and I will move the world. Throughout history, there have existed men and women who've literally shaped and moved our world, who have charted new directions for human development. The 21st century was one that brought a massive change on Earth. The technological speed of change accelerated very fast, making the world a smaller place to live in. We continue to witness the breakdown of governments, large organizations and social structures. More than ever before, there is a need for a new way of leading. A leadership that is exemplary, that is based on strong values and elevated principles. The new paradigm that will transport us into a brighter future is the servant leader. A person who combines with such ease humility and authority, love and determination. For all of us who aspire to be leaders, who aspire to a higher way of leading and being, this is the story of a woman who is more than a role model. Her story will inspire you, touch you, and motivate you to great heights of leadership and personal commitment. At first sight, Dadi Prakashmani, fondly known as Dadi Ji, is the most unlikely of leaders. Yet in her presence, great things happen. Her title is Administrative Head of the Brahma Kumaris World Spiritual Organization, but she is much more than that.
Dadi has no hidden agenda, no personal motive, and so really she's an instrument, and she'll never say I'm a leader or I'm the head of the organization. She'll always feel she's an instrument and it's God who's directing everything. And so when somebody is completely detached and has no motive for the self at all, then the touchings that come from above are very clearly received. And so when Dadi gives instructions, then it's not her mind that's speaking. Really, she's a channel for the divine.
A global organization committed to helping individuals change their lives, and so the world, through meditation and the exploration of spiritual principles. As a spiritual leader, she reminds each one of us that there is so much goodness within each soul.
She has an incredible vision for a better world, and that each individual can contribute to that by making their own lives more peaceful, more loving and more positive. And really it's not just an intellectual vision, it's from her heart. And so many, I would say tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, have listened to her in all corners of the world and felt quite inspired.
She is a dedicated server, tirelessly working towards creating a better future for all humankind.
She's inspiring not only the leaders but the masses, and that is the quality of a leader who can inspire everyone. I have seen her interacting with the politicians of India practically, like Gyani Zail Singh, Rajiv Gandhi, Mrs. Sonia Gandhi, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee and L.K. Advani, George Fernandez, and many other politicians.
At the age of 83, this extraordinary woman has such an impact. What drives her?
As it is, in life, the power of the soul and faith in God are two great powers. However, I have seen that along with these two powers, Dadiji constantly has one thought, and that is each soul in the entire world experiences peace and happiness.
What inspires her?
Dadiji is so spiritually elevated. She has got so much power that she literally speaks to God. And she wants to spread out God's direct message to the whole world.
What is the secret of her success?
I would say that selfless, unconditional love for anyone who comes across, whether he is a very important person or ordinary person, without expecting anything in return. That's like, that's only a divine being is capable of that.
Where did it all start? The seeds of this leadership were sown many years ago, in 1936, in Karachi, Sindh, when this huge organization was just a small spiritual group called Om Mandli, which was headed by Brahma Baba, the founder of the organization. For 14 years, a group of 300 people lived as a self-sufficient community spending their time in meditation and self-development. Dadi Prakashmani was one of them.
Baba started a small spiritual gathering called Om Mandali. I began to go there regularly. On my very first day, not even the next day, I had a very powerful experience.
सत्संग में बैठी बाबा ओम की धुनी की first day.
Baba was standing and chanting Om.
ऐसे खड़ा था और ओम की धुनी कर रहा था.
And I went and sat in front of him in the spiritual gathering. He looked at me, and that very first glance was so powerful that I forgot the world completely.
She was one of those fortunate young girls who received expert training from Brahma Baba on the inspiration of the divine. It was this 14 years of intense study that made Dadi what she is today. Soon, she blossomed into a capable and efficient spiritual teacher. Then, in 1969, she was handed over the responsibility of the organization. Little did they know that this group of 300 individuals would one day grow to the size of a worldwide organization. Today, the Brahma Kumaris World Spiritual Organization has about 6,000 branches all over the world in over 90 countries. In addition to this, in 1980 the university received affiliation to the Department of Public Information of the United Nations as a non-governmental organization, and in 1983 it was granted consultative status on the roster of the UN Economic and Social Council. Outreach service projects became global, and in 1986 the Brahma Kumaris World Spiritual Organization launched its first international project, the Million Minutes of Peace Appeal, inviting people all over the world to donate time in peaceful thoughts. Over 1 billion minutes were collected from 120 countries. In 1987, the organization received 6 national and 1 international Peace Messenger Awards from the UN in New York. It was also granted consultative status with UNICEF. Following this, a second project took place in 1988. Global Cooperation for a Better World. Which reached into 129 countries and asked people to create their personal vision of a better world. All this is really very hard to believe. It seems as if, miraculously, this organization has become a living beacon of hope for all sorts of people in different spheres of life. how can an old woman, with the help of some eminent minds, really manage all of this? How is it possible?
जिंदगी एक सफर रास्ते मुश्किल ही सही हौसले घर है बुलंद मंजिलें फिर
See, Dadi has been able to carry along with her a very dedicated team of senior Dadis, some of whom are of her own age, some of them even maybe older to her in age, and they have been in the movement along with her. By her own qualities of leadership, she has been able to inspire a willing cooperation from all of them. And there is no question of her giving orders to someone and then they're following. What amazed about this organization is there is nobody commanding anything. Just, by their own example, all the Dadis, particularly Dadi, Prakashmani ji, has been inspired thousands of young sisters and brothers. Not only in India, I have seen abroad the same type of dedication you find all over the world.
हमें सर्व को त्यागी बनना होगा और तपस्वी त्याग और तपस्या ये दो साधन है.
Dadi Ji chose to operate by spiritual principles and values. The driving force of her life is not to satisfy an ego, but to serve and fulfill God's task. Dadi Ji, a strict adherent to the principle of leadership through example,
what I mean to say is that if an individual leads his life on the basis of spirituality, from morning till evening and evening till morning, it means he lives in the spirit. He has the awareness of his soul. And if he has the awareness of the soul, he must also be having the awareness of God at the same time. And if one has the awareness of God, he must also be having the awareness of the foundation of the whole universe. And that is love, affection, compassion.
Dadi Ji is a living testimony to the power of a pure intention and a generous spirit of service. She has a grueling schedule. A typical day with Dadi includes spiritual study class, meeting with individuals, talks and more meetings, and yes, she has time to play, laugh and celebrate.
Daddy's so light, and Daddy will play with us. And there was a time when Daddy's health permitted her to play badminton with us. There was a time when I remember her playing cricket with us. Just imagine. And at that time, there's no sense of being a senior and somebody else being a junior, but no, we're spiritual friends, and so we're together. And at another time, I remember people bringing little toys to show her, and she'll play with them and be like a child. And so Dadi has that amazing capacity for setting aside all burdens and responsibilities and leaving it to God. And yet, of course, she's responsible, but yet being carefree and just being a child in God's home, in God's lap.
See who has come. Baba also came. Celebrate with joy and happiness.
Oh, dekho kaun aaya, saath Baba bhi aaya, jum jum nacho. Dekho kaun aaya, saath Baba bhi aaya, Shiva and Baba together. You are the ocean of love. Ocean of love. Love, love, love. You are the ocean of love. You are the ocean of love. Love, love, love.
She has tremendous energy. Where does all this energy come from? What is the source which empowers her?
Supreme Being.
Point of light.
Direct God.
Point of light.
One single power.
The Supreme Soul.
Brilliant, beautiful light.
Bhagwan.
Point of light.
Point of light, energy. God.
Hey, Baba.
Baba, which means the Supreme Soul, is never far from her lips. To her, there is nothing more important than developing and nurturing this relationship with God.
And I do feel that meditation can not only reach you to a different level of peace or remove your mental tension, but it will also make you a better human being. It can also make you see things with a vision that a lot more people around you cannot see, because they're so stuck in their daily routine of life and the superficial, materialistic ways of the world.
In addition to her administrative duties, Dadi considers herself to be a spiritual server. It is her daily spiritual practices that sustain her and give her this energy.
I'm struck most by Dadiji's capacity to give. It seems endless. She has a schedule that would cripple someone a quarter her age, and yet if you come in front of her, it's as if you're the only person in the world. The problem that was before or the problem that's about to come, you'd never know. She's 100% present. And I guess the thing that I know I love the most, and so many others that I know, is the way that she looks deeply, deeply into our souls and just sees what's pure. And that's called Drishti.
Inspiring through example, motivating minds with love and humility, infusing by her endless courage, guiding with patience. encouraging others to reach for the highest in themselves through tireless support and unlimited zeal. Never setting limits to the possibilities of truth.
Learning to understand myself more deeply. These things are, I think, virtues which I have only understood when I went to meet Dadi.
She is always available for help and consultation.
Baba say, give peace, take peace. Give love, take love. Give happy, take happy.
With her passion and commitment, this extraordinary woman has created an aura where individuals can receive spiritual nourishment. Seeing not the color, age, gender, profession or religion of any person, but only the spirit within, emphasizing that humility and altruism can only be fostered through a genuine vision of brotherhood.
Dadi ji is always concerned about the necessities of the people who work for us, and she makes it sure that whenever they need anything, it is provided to them. Likewise, when they need blankets in winter, it is taken care. In summer, the water, when it is an acute shortage, our tankers go and provide them the water. And particularly at certain times when we do not have our own source of water supply, we get it from outside. And she makes it sure that water, which is the basic necessity for life, is provided to them. Therefore, Dadi ji is always concerned that poor people should be taken care, and someone who has an attitude of universal brotherhood and has an unlimited family would always think like this, and Dadi ji has those natural feelings for every one of us. विश्व ही बेहद का परिवार है.
She sets no limits to benevolence and is able to generate a mutual energy of love and respect with whomsoever she meets.
चंद लम्हों के लिए.
For a few moments, whatever problems, sorrows, situations we have in our life, they're all washed away by meeting her. All the dirt which is accumulated on our soul is washed off. She really is a unique personality.
We can learn a lot from this spiritual lighthouse. Today, it is rare to find leaders who are not constantly embroiled in leadership and power struggles.
Who doesn't want to live in a healthy society, in a happy world? But that has to be created through very, very special effort making. And she is the leader of that quality that under all odds, under any circumstances, she inspires the young, she inspires the old, she inspires the youth, she inspires the children. Everyone feels so close to her. That is her loving nature.
लेकिन कभी एक मात्रा बदलो, इच्छा के बदली शब्द रखो.
If you have the quality of giving instead of expecting something, then how great your life can become. So expectations bind a person, whereas by giving, you not only become a flying bird, but an angel.
Dadi ji plays her given role of spiritual leader, but considers herself to be a world server, Often, many people remark that when Daddy Ji enters a room, everyone in the room becomes united and puts their differences to one side. And a powerful feeling of one family descends upon all.
There is tremendous love, so much affection, so much warmth in her eyes. She just raises her hands and blesses through her eyes, and we have the feeling that our lives have become successful.
The time will come when the illusions of this world, the peacelessness of this world, the conflict and war in this world will all come to an end, and the world of love, peace and happiness will definitely be established. It will surely be established.
A leader is one who carries his followers to such great heights that one cannot distinguish who is the leader. True leaders carry people with them. They make others as great as they are. They empower others. This sweet individual, Dadi Prakashmani, has shown us a new way of living and a new way of being.
I would like to give this message to the whole nation and to the whole world. If each one truly remembers this mantra of love, purity, peace and happiness, that is, have love, have peace, have purity, and you will experience immense happiness. There is no nourishment like that of happiness. Be happy and make others happy. Happiness is the greatest gift in life. Be happy, be prosperous.
Her invitation to all of us is to rediscover the peace and power inside us.
Dadi Ji, you have made a great contribution to humanity. You have done so much which perhaps no one could have done in these few years.
Dadi's heart is so big and generous that she'd like to give away everything to the world.
By coming closer to Dadiji, our hearts are filled with happiness. We get great support of Dadiji's blessings.
Dadiji, you are a goddess of easy nature.
Dadiji, you are so great, so kind, and so sweet.
The feelings and emotions that we get when we meet her is a blessing which I have received from her.
I
have the feeling with Dadi that she's really my friend, my mother, my grandmother.
Dadi ji, you are a loving mother.
Jai Ho, Jai Ho, Jai Ho. What more should one expect? A person of your stature, so near and dear to my heart. Dadi ji, I wish you a very, very long and healthy life.
Dadi ji, when you call us your friends, it moves us very deeply. And we have the question, well, how can we give you the return of what you have given us with such love? And I know that the real return is that just as you are so continually close to God, I have to be the same, then I can serve in the same way. Thank you. I'd like to share a few thoughts and stories about Dadi Prakashmani ji. It was my great fortune to have known her for a very long time, all the years from 1968 onwards. I had seen her earlier also when I wasn't yet fully following the system of Raj Yoga, but that was teenage years, and so just love, and that was it. But of course, I saw her through the years take on the role of leadership and also an amazing skill in dealing with people and handling situations. You've been hearing a lot about all those stories of Dadi's administration skills, her intuitive skills, her people skills. But I'd just like to share a few personal stories. In 1968, in the month of May, there was an exhibition that was being organized by Mumbai and Pune together in a place called Mahabaleshwar, because Brahma Baba at that point was still around in the physical form, and he had suggested that there should be places in all these summer resorts, these hill resorts around in different places in India, and whichever center was in that state would take responsibility. And so Ramesh Bhai, together with Dadi Prakashmani, had decided that there would be a program in Mahabaleshwar, a beautiful hill resort, a mountainous district, further away in the state from Pune. And so Dadi Janki was in Pune and Dadi Prakashmani in Mumbai. And so they both collaborated to make this happen. And what had happened was that it was summer holidays in India, and there were a lot of tourists coming to these places, tourists from India basically. And it would be an opportunity to serve people when they were free, when they didn't have work commitments, etc. And Dadi Janki suggested to my mother and myself. My mother had been following Raj Yoga since years 1957, and myself just a few weeks. But Dadi asked us to go to Mahabaleshwar and help out at the exhibition. And the Bombay group was there already. And they'd set up residence for about 40 people in one of the boarding schools there. It's a place where there's many boarding schools, and so they were shut for the summer. And so we had our own arrangements for cooking, etc., etc. And Dadi Prakashmani headed up that delegation. And arriving there, it was very beautiful to meet Dadiji. But also next morning, we have meditation at 4 o'clock in the morning, and Dadi sat in front on the grass, on the lawns, conducting meditation. And the moon was still shining brightly. Dadi's hair was already silver. And so literally she looked like a goddess conducting that meditation at 4 o'clock. And again, she conducted the morning class, the Murali that we have each day. And so a small group of us and Dadi conducting class, it was very beautiful. And then we would all have breakfast together. Another sister who is now serving in San Francisco, Sister Chandru, was also there. And I was just 19 and Chandraben about the same. And Dadi noticed that we were the youngest around there. And so what she did was to invite us to walk with her to the exhibition which was taking place in town. This boarding school was a little out of town, just about 25 minutes walk, and we would walk there. But sometimes what Dadi would do, she would hold our hands, myself and Chandraben, one in each hand, and she would run down the hill. Dadi must have been in her 40s at that time, and we were less than 20, both of us. But Dadi would hold our hand and run down the hill with us. And it was like she was a young girl on holiday. And of course, then at the exhibition, which was taking place at the town hall, she would become very occupied in meeting all the visitors and so on. But on the way back home, again, she would look for us and call us, and she would again walk up the mountain, up the hill with us. And so it was a time for her to share her personal stories, her perception of how things had happened through the day, and to give us training. She was basically mentoring us on how to manage questions and the questions that people ask. And I just saw it as love and friendship at that time. But of course, later I realized that it was a very conscious thing she was doing in training us. My next very important memory of Dadiji is when I was asked by the organization to come back to my home in London to my parents. This was by then June 1969, and she encouraged me to go back in the spirit of service, to be able to serve there. And after coming back to London, and London was a dry desert at that point, yoga just meant physical exercises. Raj Yoga had never been understood or heard of. And so people were only just beginning to hear the word meditation. So it was really like a desert. And I had only been following the teachings for about a year by then. And so I wasn't experienced enough to deal with people's questions and so on. So there wasn't much happening in terms of serving people. And so a few months later in August, I wrote to Dadiji, and she'd said I could write to her in English because she could read and write English, but speaking was not so much her forte, but she could understand. And so I wrote to her saying, Dadi, really, there's no service here. Can I come back? There's so much service in India. And Dadi's letter back to me was very beautiful. And in that, basically, she wrote, there's always service of the self to be done. And it was a turning point in my time in London. And I took that on board seriously and started a program of yoga for myself in the morning, in the evening. And of course, my mother was with me, so that was a great help. But my personal yoga timetable became very powerful. And it was a preparation for me for times when things would get very hectic and busy later on. But it was Dadi's letter that persuaded me to continue staying in London. Another turning point was, by now, lots of centers had started abroad. Dadi Janki had been the instrument to train teachers, so service was really spread out all across the world. Already, I think, in 1986, we must have been in about 60 countries across the globe. And an idea had come to celebrate the International Year of Peace dedicated to the UN. This was 1986. And a title came from Australia, 1,000,000 Minutes of Peace. And then a group in London, working with the team in New York at the UN, worked together to create a program. And it was called, finally, 1,000,000 Minutes of Peace Appeal. And when we shared this idea in February in Madhuban, Mount Abu, about 30 countries were represented, and they were all keen to participate. And through the next few months, as we were serving, creating the platform to make this appeal happen, by then it was already September, and around 80 countries were participating in this, including all the 60 countries where we had centers. And it was amazing because the world was responding to this in a very big way. And then it was God's magic. Dadi Prakashmani, Dadi Janki was supporting this. It was an idea that wasn't completely understood by some people, but the Dadis were always behind us, and especially Dadi Prakashmani. She told us, you go ahead, I'm with you. And that support and that absolute trust that even though we were doing something very new, it was going to be fine, and it was really part of service and not some strange idea that we had created. And that became the largest non-fundraising project for the UN. And it was Dadi who then came to New York to receive the International Peace Messenger Award from the Secretary General of the UN at that time. And so it was Dadi's far-sighted vision that made her see what was the possibility in this very simple idea that we had shared with her in February. One last story that I really have to share, a very personal one again. In 2004, we had the opening of Diamond House in London. And we thought Dadi was really unwell, but she wanted to come and she was ready to come. So she came in September. We'd made a very light program for her, just something every day. But as soon as she's arrived, she wants to know the program. Something ignited her fire within, her passion. And she was conducting morning class, she was meeting groups through the day, and also doing public events. And one morning, after the morning class, she invited an international group of sisters to have breakfast with her. And it was people from the USA, people from London, a few others around. And Dadi spoke to us all in English for 30 minutes at least, maybe longer. And she didn't need any translation. And this was, I think, her last tour abroad in 2004, September. But it was a beautiful time to see Dadi so well, Dadi not needing an interpreter. Dadi told me I was out of a job, and I was very happy to be out of that job of translator. And Dadi was communicating with such love, lightness and laughter with all of us. So that's the memory that I hold in my mind in a very beautiful way. Thank you.
Dadi, Prakashmani. Dadi, Prakashmani.
Dadi was an extraordinary person. She looked like an angel, and it's hard to describe her presence because she just glowed with love, with purity, acceptance, and belonging. And I have so many memories of Dadiji. I had the fortune to travel around India with her, travel around America, travel around Australia, and many places. But I thought I would share a little bit about her leadership abilities. Because when Brahma Baba, the founder of this organization, passed away, she took responsibility. And really it's not very common for women to really take up the role as the head of a spiritual organization. But as you know, that's the uniqueness of the Brahma Kumaris, and Dadi Prakashmani was really the model for all the sisters around the world. And I actually, in the early 1990s, I traveled around the world with a film crew from here in Australia. And we did a film called Women of Spirit. It was really about the role of women in leadership. And the two women that we were looking at were the two heads of the Brahma Kumaris, Dadi Prakashmani and Dadi Janki. And during that tour, we interviewed so many people, but I did interview Dr. James Jonah, who was, I think, the Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations for Political Affairs. He was a wonderful man from Sierra Leone in Africa. And he was sharing, I went up to his office at the top of the United Nations building. We set up the cameras. And I asked him many questions, but one question I asked him was, of all the leaders you've met, who is the most impressive? And he had met Ronald Reagan, the President of America, Mikhail Gorbachev, the President of Russia, and all the leaders at that time. And his answer was Dadi Prakashmani. And I said, why? And he said, because her life is her leadership. She leads by example. Her whole personality is really so accepting and respectful of everybody. And that was really, really touching. And I think in so many ways I learned so much from Dadiji. She was so humble. And I remember that just before she became the head of the organization, someone told me she was traveling to Mount Abu from Bombay with a group from Bombay. And when they arrived at the train to go on an overnight train, there were 7 of them and only 6 berths. And there was one young woman there, she was only 15 years old, so because she was the youngest, she had to sit up, so she sat between the chairs, and everyone went to sleep, including Dadi Prakashmani. At midnight, Dadi Prakashmani woke up and saw this young girl, a bit uncomfortable, sitting on some grain in between the seats. And so she got out of her bed, she put this young sister in her bed, and she sat up all night. And really, that absolutely epitomizes the character of Dadi Prakashmani. Absolutely humble. Even though she was so great, she treated everyone as an equal and showed this extraordinary respect for everyone she came in touch with. And once she was in Australia and she was meeting a group of us, and we said to her, Daddy, how do you manage such a huge organization with hundreds of thousands of people, thousands of centers, and people from all different backgrounds and all over the world? And I remember very well, she said, I trust everyone. First I listen, then I teach. Really, she would listen to the heart of everyone before she gave advice or suggestions. She never just jumped in and told them. And then she said, I never control anyone. I give freedom to everyone. And really that was my experience, that she would actually give freedom to people. And when you give that freedom, you don't try to control, they automatically come close and they listen to you. And really that was my experience of Dadiji. She was so wise, and the way she dealt with people was just so benevolent, so wise, and she always held the value of everyone in her attitude. So when you came in front of her, you felt uplifted. When she walked into a room, it was like light walked into a room. Everyone felt uplifted by her presence because of her benevolent attitude. And once I remember, again in Australia, she was touring here. She toured in Australia quite a few times. We were in our main centre in Melbourne, and there was a man from San Francisco who was with us, Harold Stretfeld, who was a very famous psychologist. And he was explaining to Dadiji how new religious movements, as they're known, often have a very charismatic leader. A small group start to follow that leader. In time, a lot of people start to come, and when many people, when the organization really grows and a lot of money comes into the organization, then the organization shakes. And he asked her, why was it that when Brahma Baba left, the organization didn't shake? And why is it that as you just keep growing? Because he actually said he'd done a study on 70 of these new religious movements, and most only have a lifespan of about 15 to 20 years. The Brahma Kumaris is now 84 years. And Dadiji replied how she manages, and she said that whenever she has a big decision, she goes and consults all the main people to get their views. And if there's a few who don't really agree with what she's thinking, she doesn't jump in and say 70% agree with me, I'll go ahead. She said, I wait. And in time they start to come on board, and then we can all move forward together. And really my experience was that Dadi Prakashmani really created a sense of unity and carried everyone forward because of her extraordinary love for God, because of her extraordinary respect for everyone, and the way she just built unity, brought everyone together at every step. And really, in August, we do remember her. In the Brahma Kumaris, we don't worship her or venerate her, but we learn from her life because she was a wonderful example of a spiritual person, so that we can also progress ourselves. Thank you.
Dadi Prakashmani, Dadi Prakashmani.
Our entire journey was about evolving, engaging, and expanding. She evolved from the essence of life into a grand presence of light, Prakashmani. She found reason to engage with everyone she met and was always available in the moment, no matter how heavy her schedule was. She expanded the service of the Brahma Kumaris in over 110 countries. Her quality of being a humble instrument came from her understanding that her seva was being inspired by a higher power. When it came to leadership style, Dadi Prakashmani was not a feminist. She was a visionary. She was a world mother, and she was a spiritual genius. As a woman who headed a spiritual community, I would say that her style of leadership carried the Shiv Shakti signature. She seemed to be tireless, as if drawing from a deep well of Shiva's Shakti. And this gave her endless endurance and unlimited patience. Every move she made carried the imprint of the Shakti signature. What do I mean when I say the Shakti signature? Shakti is a pure power sourced from God Shiva, which has transformative properties. When tapped into, it is said that Shakti manifests in three ways: dynamic, creative, and active. For Dadi Prakashmani, dynamic was being natural, creative was being light, and active was being easy. Dadi's Shakti signature was deeply etched in her honesty and her humility. Her personality ranged from spontaneity to silence. Let me share a few anecdotes with you that would expand on this concept of the Shakti signature. Shakti signature, number one. Dadi was a visionary, seeing with love. Dadi's eyes reflected the depths of her soul. She had soul-conscious vision, or drishti, divine drishti. She was able to see all human beings as one family, God's family. Her eyes embraced everyone with recognition and with belonging. Dadi's drishti raised us up and made us felt seen, appreciated, and loved. Dadi's elevated drishti served to open a capacity in those she was with. She allowed for a capacity for renewal, for recovery, and for progress. She saw a strength in others that they didn't even know they had. Her loving vision seemed to open up into an invisible path within her, and she was able to see what was real and what was illusion. And it seems as though she moved the illusion away to allow the reality of the strength to emerge in the other. In the late 1970s, Dadi was in New York City, and she was walking along UN Plaza when she noticed this array of flags flying in great splendor. So she stopped and she asked those that she was with, "What is this place?" And they said, "It's the United Nations headquarters." And then she became silent, and for a few minutes she went into the deep remembrance of God. After a while, when she emerged out of her silence, for a few minutes, she spoke with a significant knowing. And she said, God's flag of revelation will be hoisted here one day. And of course, those with her looked at her stunned, saying, "What are you saying, Daddy?" But guess what? In 1981, the Brahma Kumaris became affiliated to the United Nations. And as they say, the rest is history. I call Dadi a visionary because she was able to receive clear signals, almost as if they were premonitions. She must have seen clearly in those few minutes of her silence that the Brahma Kumaris would be emerging on the field of world service in a very practical way at the United Nations. It was as if her grace gift of divine insight made her have very clear visions of the signals she was receiving. And she was able to make sense and meaning in the moment she received them. Dadi never saw pieces. Dadi always saw the whole. And I suppose this is what one would call seeing with love. Because when you see with love, you see the whole. You don't have a hidden agenda. You don't have a selfish motive. You don't even have expectations, I suppose. But you're just seeing something for what it is, and you're seeing it in its wholeness. The world may call this systemic seeing, but we call it divine drishti. Dadi's vision was always inclusive of the whole world. She never just focused on one place or on one people. Her soul-conscious vision was one of spiritual equality and of inclusivity. Shakti's signature too. Dadi was a world mother acting from her heart. There is a saying that the world doesn't need leaders, the world needs mothers. Dadi Prakashmani was both. She was a mother and she was a leader. Dadi never did anything out of duty or obligation. She always acted from a place of love. Pandit Bhavan was her home. Pandit Bhavan was also the spiritual headquarters of the Brahma Kumaris, where Dadi lived. She knew everyone by name and by nature. And she was in touch with every single department. And she knew exactly how they functioned. But what was most intriguing about Dadi was her accessibility. In the mornings, she would read the morning versions that we call as the Murli. And she would read that to the whole community in our main auditorium. After she finished reading the Murli, she would leave and then she would walk into the courtyard. And then she would sit in the courtyard and then she would make herself available for anyone to come and meet her. It was as if she made the courtyard into her meeting room, into a space where anyone can come and say whatever they had to say to her, and they were free to do that. She was just like a mother, sitting there with her open hair, drying her hair in the sun, while her children gathered around her, not needing permission, and no one was afraid to go up to her and tell her what they needed to say. I would describe this way of meeting as a poetic act that showed care and showed compassion. She was acting from a heart that was big, a heart that was open, a heart that was generous. And in so doing, she was generating in the hearts of others a trust a trust in her and a trust that she had in them, and a deep love for the service that we were all involved in. No one was afraid of Dadi because she trusted that person. And each one knew that he or she, because of that trust, had a place in their hearts that trusted Dadi. Signature, Shakti signature number 3. Dadi was a spiritual genius. Dadi was a spiritual genius because she lived according to what I call the humility code, while being in a position of great authority. She was a lifelong student, constantly discovering and learning the treasures within her. She knew her purpose and she knew how to live out that purpose. It was the quality of her being that did the most service. People describe being in her presence that they were simply transformed. Her responsibility was self-purification, but her bigger commitment was to God's plan. She was an instrument with her unique specialties, but she also knew and recognized that there were many others with their own unique specialties, and they were also instruments bringing those specialties to God's plan. Cooperation for her was the dynamic of her Shakti signature. She had this art of drawing out a love from others that contributed to the success of God's plan. Because she knew that God's plan required the input of all. And all that was needed for that input to be offered was a little love, true love. Dadi never wanted to be a single flower. She was at her best when she was in the company of other flowers. She loved bouquets and she loved gardens. The smiles that Dadi's left behind are so precious. Dadi may have left behind 1,000,000 poetic acts from which we all are still learning from. But the smiles she left behind are to be savored. The smile of her friendship, always being there for us, never judging, even when there was cause to correct us. Her smile of honesty, when she spontaneously said, without any trace of ego, "I never told a lie." Did we believe her? Sure we did. Why? Because of her humility, her sincerity, that cleanliness that shone through those words. Dadi's smile of pure joy when she greeted us on arrival into Pandak Bhavan, she would say with that precious smile, "Welcome to your home, Baba's home." And we knew in our hearts that we were safe, that we were protected, we were cared for, and we were comforted. We were truly at home. And then when it came time for us to leave, there was Dadi again with her smile as she said, "Go soon, come soon." That magical smile promise you will return, because this is your home. Thank you, Dadi.
Dadi, Prakashmani. Dadi, Prakashmani.
Dadi Prakashmani was and really is the most extraordinary leader I have ever encountered. I lived with her for about 7 years in Mount Abu, and she was the most extraordinary administrator and spiritual leader. She was probably the only person who I felt had really seen deep into the depth of my being and recognized me as who I am. She had that depth of vision and perception, and because of that, she could really understand people. She would always, after the Murli, sit in the courtyard of Pandap Bhavan, and she would take the sun. She used to love the morning sun, and her long white flowing hair would reflect it like a river of moonlight. And in the evening, she would sit in the courtyard near to the full moon and make everyone turn off all the lights while Sister Asmita would sing beautiful songs of Baba. So Dadi was aware of the gathering as primarily a family, the family of God, the family of those who are cared for by God, and she recognized herself as an instrument. Of course, she grew up with Brahma Baba very closely, and she embodied all of his qualities as she took the mantle of responsibility for more than 40 years. In the courtyard after the Murli, she would sit and be absolutely available to anyone, so that there was no possibility of anyone in the gathering or any visitors feeling excluded or feeling a hierarchy. Dadi was completely accessible, and she would understand everything really quickly. I think that whenever anything really serious happened, she would never avoid it, but would be right there and right with people's feelings. I remember one occasion where there had been a terrible situation of either terrorists or bandits or something, and one of the brothers, his entire family had been killed in a very gruesome attack on his village. And Dadi kept him with her the whole day so that he could just be with his pain and be with a mother figure who was there to continue with her daily work, but yet her presence, her atmosphere, and he was sitting there and he could process his pain and continue with his life as a dedicated Brahma Kumar in Pandap Bhavan. Whenever there was a real problem like not enough food, not enough water, something like this, Dadi would gather the whole gathering and tell everyone exactly what the situation is, and she would listen to the heads of the different departments in Madhuban and take their opinion. If there was anything that had to be built or taken care of, she would gather the heads of departments that were concerned with that issue and discuss with them. So either everyone or the necessary people, but always she was a consultative leader. She would listen to everyone's take on the problem because they were involved, they knew the situation. She would feed back to them her interpretation and her decision. And if they wanted to do something different or adjust her decision, she would listen to that. And then she would make the adjustment. But Dadi's word was final. But the finality of her decision always included the input from everyone concerned. Sometimes she would ask me for my opinion on something that I thought was, nothing to do with me or way out of my range. But yet she valued my understanding, my input, my take on any situation. And I remember one time where there was a really bad accident, maybe it wasn't really an accident, and it was a very big thing that had happened. Everyone knew about it. It was so bad that nobody really talked about it openly, but everyone knew. And I was a foreigner in Madhuban, and things that happened deep on the inside of the yagya, you can understand that they like to keep it more private. But yet Dadi came to me and she said, "Are you okay? Are you handling this all right?" I said, "Yes, Dadi." And she was fine. So she was really operating with people on the unspoken level, on the psychic level. I remember one time I was sitting with Dadi in the Tower of Peace, and she was all smiles. Her name, Prakashmani, means the jewel of light, and her forehead, her eyes, her smile sparkled. And she said to me, "Can you see him?" Avyakt Bap Dada was moving around her, floating around there, and I could. And I said, "Yes, Dadi, he's right there with us." So extraordinary how close she was to the angelic form of Brahma Baba, who would move around and especially be in Madhuban. Of course, we know that he comes to every center at every Amrit Vela to just check and touch base with every Brahmin child. And he would use Dadi even through the angelic form. He would use her to get his work done, to get the atmosphere that he wanted, to keep everything at the level of intense spiritual beauty while performing all the administrative tasks. So Dadi was always living in the confluence age, in the subtle regions, but with her feet firmly planted on the ground. Dadi would travel outside India, and when Dadi took up the reins of the Brahma Kumaris in 1969 after Baba, whenever it was the 18th of January, Dadi would describe what happened. Because Baba had sent everyone away and just kept her back because he knew he was going. And in the evening, after the night class, she was there with him, and she talked about how he took her hand and he was having a heart attack and completely in control of mind and body, and passed the power through his hand to her hand. And so she knew that that had been done, and she had been appointed to continue with his work, and she did. As a really good trustee, faithful and continuing his work, so that for that long period of time, Baba's work could continue uninterrupted until she left her body July 25th of 2007. And I was there at the time in Shantivan. All of a sudden, word went around, she's going, and we went there to her room, and she went. And I remember sitting beside the glass enclosed air-conditioned casket all night as it lay on the stage in Diamond Hall. And then the funeral, which was thousands and thousands of people came, and all these garlands of sandalwood, and it was televised, and you could just see this smouldering fire and remember everything about Dadi, what she did, what she stood for, how she carried the message of Baba in her eyes, in her heart, in her dealings. And when she would carry Baba's message abroad, when she would travel, she came, I remember when we started, myself and Chandraben, right in the beginning of the late 70s, we were in Toronto, and she came there in the summer. It was really very, very hot. And we were so new, and she gave so much power, so much presence to be like a foundation of the service that is going now so well in Canada. She was present in gigantic gatherings. Her vision, I remember one day she said, arrange 100,000 people and I will come. And within days, 100,000 people had been arranged in Ahmedabad, and these large gatherings continued all over India, and not quite so large, but abroad also, with these big programs in the 80s and 90s. Dadi really carried the spiritual university from something really unknown and small to something worldwide and gigantic. And world leaders counted her among their friends and colleagues in this work of trying to create a better world. So Dadi is an enormous part of my life and a foundation of my spiritual experience and practice and understanding.
Dadi Prakashmani, Dadi Prakashmani.
Sweet memories of our beloved Dadi Prakashmani ji, my sweet Dadi Prakashmani, Kumarka Dadi, who is very close to all the Brahmins' heart and my heart. Practically, Dadi raised me. We were in Bombay, Gamdevi Center, and she would pay special attention for my study, my training, and I was just under her blessings. And whatever she says, I just wanted to do what she says to do. I did not know who she was or what was her stage and status like and all that, but her sweetness, her humility, her service, constant treating people equally to everyone. There was, in a words, in those days, you cannot put together, but now when you look back and see her role, how she played, that makes so much sense. That came all very naturally. Her even a little gesture of service made a big impact on people's heart. By traveling in a very humble way, in a second class train, giving her birth to me, little girl, and I was watching that how she renounced her sleep, because sleep is very sweet for everyone. And so from even a little thing like that made won my heart. Her way of answering questions, approaching and not going into too much detail, but straightforward answers that made things easier, clear for me always. And her sweetness, whenever I come back from foreign, she would always sweetly say, Chandru came, was good, trip was good, enjoy. Not more to say, but that made me welcome home, mother's home, Baba's home. Her relationship with Brahma Baba was so deep and so obedient, and whatever Baba wanted to do, she did it. And expansion of Baba's service centers, students, without noticing, without any big name or glory, just simple, humble way she just kept doing and doing. One day she had a thought to send me abroad. And she said, Baba sending you foreign. I said, foreign? She said, yeah, foreign. And Baba wishes you to do service. And it was her blessings that many, many years ago, more than 45 years ago, that she left me at the airport and in America. And she said, okay, bye, you have to do service here in America. So with her, just one line blessings made me so many years to stay here abroad, outside India, and do service. The way she would look at people in a very sweet way, whether you are a child, you are a grown up, she would come down in a Panda Bhavan from Murli Om Shanti Bhavan and sit in a courtyard. It was very sweet scene to see. Winter time, she sit in a chair and the students all come down from Om Shanti Bhavan and say hello to Dadi, good morning to Dadi. And sometimes people in a rush to not just stop by for a moment. So we were wondering, Dadi, they even didn't say good morning to you. How do you feel? She said, doesn't matter. If they didn't say, I say to them. So much humanity there that it doesn't matter I am Dadi and I'm supposed to be greeted. No, it was love. It was respect. It was care for people. And selflessly, she just encouraging people. And there wasn't any differences, and fulfilling people's wish.
Dadi,
किशोरावस्था से ही कल्पना लोक में विचरण करने के
मैं कहूँ अगर दादी मुरली भी सुना रही है या दादी मान लो विदेश से कहीं से आके अनुभव सुना रही है, तो दादी क्या कि अपने डेजिग्नेशन से एड्रेस करेगी कि दादी वहाँ गई, लोगों में बड़ी भावना थी, जैसे एक पोजीशन के पोस्ट के लिए कह रही। मुरली में भी कहेंगे तो दादी है, कभी उन्होंने मैं शब्द यूज नहीं किया। इसका भाव ये है कि वो ट्रस्टी बना और बाबा के ऊपर आधारित, और कभी वो डरती नहीं थी। बड़ी बड़ी परीक्षाएं आती हैं, संसारिक में हम रहते हैं, हम तो उनके साथ रहे हैं, लेकिन कभी भी उनके अंदर कोई भय आ जाए नहीं।
दादी प्रकाशमणि जी हमेशा कुछ नया करने के लिए हम सबको प्रेरित करती थी। पहले खुद नहीं बताएंगी कि वो क्या चाहती है, लेकिन हम सब की बुद्धि चलवाएगी कि इस साल हम क्या नई सेवा करेंगे, इस साल हम बाबा को प्रत्यक्ष करने में और क्या करें, और उसके लिए विचार सबके सुन करके सबको अप्रिशिएट करते हुए फिर उनके मन में जो होता था वो सुना देती थी। और आपको हर्ष होगा सुन करके, जब ज्ञान सरोवर बन रहा था तो दादी जी
स्मृतियों का पावन दिवस है और मैं समझती हूँ
I feel you all would have lots more experiences than I've had, and I'm sure you would all be thinking if you had more time. Hello?
मैं 2-4 बातें शेयर करना चाहूंगी क्योंकि दादी जी के साथ का अनुभव बहुत विस्तार में है। सबसे पहली चीज, हमारी पूजनीय दादी साकार बाबा ने जब उन्हें भेजा कि प्रयाग चले जाओ,
Dadi was asked to go somewhere and she came to Allahabad. And Manohar Dadi was also asked to accompany Dadiji. So about Ratan Moini Dadi was also there. 3-4 Dadis came, and there were senior brothers there too. And Dadi used to share with a lot of love that 10 people would eat from just 1 rupee's food. And I feel very proud that I am sitting on that land and serving where Dadis lived, where people didn't even know the Brahma Kumaris. They would just sit by the river and have a couple of pictures and relate knowledge to the other people. They didn't know I didn't know that I would be going to do service in the same place. They used to have a block to create prints, and so they had the same thing done with Shiv Baba's image, and I wanted to have this block made, I think, for creating a die. I'm sharing something from 1980. When I spoke to these people, the person sitting there said to me, "How is Prakashmani?" He's speaking to me in the same tone that I'm using now. He's speaking very commonly. How is Prakashmani? And I felt very bad that this was such a huge personality. So instead of replying to him, instead of replying to his question, I said, "How do you know Prakashmani?" Dadiji. And he was an elderly person. And he said, said to you, what's
तो उन्होंने कहा कि बेटा दादी तुम्हारी तरह थी
and he said, child, Dadi was like you, just as you are. At that time I was about 25 years old. She was like you when she came here, so means quite young. At that time Dadi had 100,000 leaflets printed, and he said, this brother had this printed. So then I really was touched that he had done such wonderful service. And he said, then Manorama said, you probably don't know, but she today is the head of our organization. That even today when I listen to the things of what they did, I have goosepimples. Nowadays the whole world knows about the Brahma Kumaris. Wherever you go, people are ready to give their cooperation. But that time when no one knew the Brahma Kumaris, there was one Kumari who told her father, the place that you have, that is empty. But sisters wearing white clothes had come to our college and they'd given a lecture, and so you can give that place to them. And so he said, yes, this place is empty, and so if your sisters want to come, they can come and stay there. Just see how Baba enables other souls to give their cooperation. So this whole system of giving an invitation, that others should give an invitation to the Dadis with respect and have the places inaugurated. So Dadiji had received an invitation for Kanpur from that time. Dadiji had been given an invitation for Patna, Prayag, a place in India. That's the place of actions where the Dadis had stayed and done such service. So this whole responsibility that Dadi had taken of giving respect to everyone, she herself used to bow down to the others. And it's because of this when all the sages and saints, one of the great sages had come from Haridwar, and Dadi had to give him a gift to them. Dadi said, I would get up and give a gift to everyone, and this person, this particular sage, he said, no, we will all come to you. You don't have to come to us. We are like your children, and so you don't have to. You are older than us, and we have a lot of respect for you, and so we are going to come to you. So when we speak about giving respect, then I remember there was an international conference taking place, and Dadi's health wasn't good at that time. At that time, it was told, it was announced that Dadi is not going to participate in any of the functions. At that time, Brother Amichand was there. He just entered Pandavavan and he said, and he said, Dadiji's health is not well, it's good that you are here. And she said, you don't have a part in anything, but I don't want to play any part in anything. I just want to do yoga. I've heard that Dadi's health isn't good. So it must have been just one day, and we heard from Dadi. And Dadiji sent a message that Manorama has to conduct all the conferences there. It's on the side of Om Shanti Bhavan, where there's a garden, flower garden, and so they had a tent put up there, and Manorama Ben went there to conduct. There were many people speaking some poems, and then I saw that Dadi was coming in a wheelchair. She came and sat down there on her wheelchair. So I asked all those poets that you have shared such beautiful poems, and now our Mother Saraswati is present here with us, so please share it once again. So then they repeated the poems again in front of Dadiji, and Dadi said, I am still not full, not satisfied. No, the sages said that we are not yet satisfied, we want one more session. Dadiji herself had so much spirituality herself, and she immediately said, yes, Manorama Ben will conduct the session on the Om Shanti Bhavan stage. And once Dadi had given permission, so on the stage of Om Shanti Bhavan, it was like a sudden program. It just happened just like that, that I spoke there for 1 hour. 1 hour. I myself was really thinking, I've just done this, and so for me to do it again. One person had a lot of bhavna, and he said, you've understood your fortune? I've understood you to be my fortune. I understood you to be the closest to me. There's something happening at the back of the hall right now. So what they shared for Dadiji with a lot of love, I remember that today also. They were speaking this for Dadiji, that we've understood you to be our fortune, we consider you to be the closest, and having attained you, we think the whole world is poor because we found the greatest treasure in you. Whoever Dadi met with such easiness, Dadi looked after this yagya with so much love. All of you are Maharathis, you are couples, and you know that in families there is upheaval, things happening. 4 people cannot be the same living in one family. At that time there was 300, 400 people who were members of the yagya, and Dadi was given that yagya to look after. So it was a family of many different varieties. And so to keep that gathering united, to keep them all harmonized, the patience that Dadi had, it was because of being able to accommodate everyone. Dadi never spoke of any person, any brother or sister, to another person. But, Senior Didi always used to say, she used to explain, in a family, if anything happens, then you don't print it in the newspapers. Nowadays we have such this phones. You have a phone, and whatever happens, it happens just here, and within seconds it reaches the other corner of the world. When a person dies, they don't take him to the hospital, but they make a video of the person. So Didi always used to say, you don't share things about the family with other people, it is all merged within the family. Just one incident that had taken place, something had happened here in the carpentry department. Of course, where people are working together, then things happen. And so while they were talking, then they got a little bit aggressive. And because they got aggressive, then the instrument that one person was holding, they often say, I'm gonna hit you, and so he just, the instrument that he was holding, it was an object that could be a sharp object, and so he threw it at another person, and so there was blood coming out of the, So the person who was hit by this thing and he was bleeding, he went and told Dadi. I was working there and it just by mistake, by an accident, I got hurt. So this happened by myself. No one else has done anything to me. I've come to share with you and I'm going to get it bandaged. Dadi just smiled, showed her finger and remained quiet and just after he had gone, the other person came and he was really perspiring and tearful and said, Dadi, I made a mistake. This thing happened and this thing fell from my hand by accident. I didn't mean to hit him. So who would Dadi listen and understand them to be? The first one or the second one? Dadi heard both of them and explained to both of them with love. She told the second one that you must never do something like that in the future. And Dadi said, and then Dadi made it firm, this is how a family works, that you don't spread anything. So in the whole family, there wasn't any mention of what happened. Of course, in a family, many things happen because we get disturbed by 2-4 people living together. But here Dadi looked after such a big family. There must be something or another missing or something that's not right, and yet Dadi looked after everything. We listen to the Bhagavad, we listen to the Granth. It's like a person was uplifted in their life just by having a vision of a second. Something else that had happened here. Whilst I was coming from Allahabad to here, one person whom I didn't know at all had come to an engineering college in Allahabad to get his child admitted into the hospital, into the college. He said, what can I do? I want to see Dadi. I cannot very freely go to Madhuban, but he is tearful, tears falling from his eyes, and he's saying, you're going to Madhuban, please take me. And I was thinking, I don't even know this person, how can I take him? But he's saying, no, I want to meet Dadi, just once, I want to meet Dadi. So I brought him here with me. If Dadi says something, I'll just listen to whatever she has to say, but perhaps this soul can be benefited. So he came after me also in Dadi's room. Dadi was talking about in Shantiwan that he is following me and then he's just crying. He's crying like a small child is crying. Dadi brought out her handkerchief and wiped his tears and explained to him. And that soul was uplifted. He wasn't able to even speak properly to Dadi. But the main thing is the great sages who are very cool, how they're able to liberate souls in a second. Baba used to tell us in the Murli that Baba gives us inheritance of liberation and liberation in life in a second. But I've seen Baba doing that also. So many memories of Dadiji. There's so much I could share. In the 16 years, there has been so many, the 16 years since Dadi's passed away, there has been so many things created about Dadi. Dadi was Dadi, but we used to see Baba in Dadi. But those who have experienced Dadi from close distance, her love, her cooperation, her energy, everything was just wonderful. However much we praise Dadi, it's not enough. So now, Brother Nirvair, who's dearly beloved brother who's been living with Dadi, is full with so many experiences. So he's going to be coming here in a few moments. Seeing the limitless love in Dadi ji. We said this person is the head of this department, this person is looking after this department. But when we came to the Yagya, what were we? But Dadi selected each one and settled them and made them reach from one place to another. There are wonderful examples, wonderful stories of this Yagya. And to listen to them, you need lots and lots of time. Dadi made each of us into pillars. The Yagya is not anywhere else, but all of us together is the Yagya. So let's, if you put the Yagya in your heart, then you can see how the Yagya can progress multifold day and night.
हमारे बीच हमारे वरिष्ठ भाई बहुत बहुत निर्मल हृदय बहुत बहुत
We have our respected brother, very
बाबा और दादी की पालना लिए हुए कुर्बान जाने वाले
one who's taken so much sustenance from Dadi ji. He is just arriving here in the midst of all of us, and just like to share a couple of things.
बाबा और तुम हो आदरणीय दादी जी को अस्वस्थ होने पर अंतिम क्षणों में आपने बहुत वाणी सुनाई जबकि जीवन में दादी जी से सुनी होगी.
You must have heard so many things from Dadi ji, and even in the final moments you were there with her listening to everything.
मैं जिनकी चर्चा कर रही थी वो हमारे बीच हैं और तालियां बजाने में इतनी कंजूसी.
The person whom I was speaking about is here, and so why are you being so miserly in clapping for him? So that's why everyone's applauding. Respected. Forgive me that he was coming here and I was still sharing. But one who stayed with Dadi ji.
कैसे उन्होंने समुद्र की गहराइयों को नापा
how he has measured the depths of the ocean, and
भगवान जैसे प्रेम के सागर और आनंद के सागर की गहराइयों का उन्होंने स्पर्श किया। बाबा के दिल तख्त नसीम थे, हैं, रहेंगे, लेकिन दादी जी के भी दिल तख्त नसीम थे। इसीलिए आज सुबह ही मैंने लिखा था कि यादों की जागीर में बाबा और तुम हो। ये उनके मन के भाव हैं। यादों की जागीर में बाबा और तुम हो, खुशियां ही खुशियां।
Baba and you in the treasure of memories, happiness but happiness, nothing but happiness.
वही सब पढ़ा है,
Only studied what you have taught.
वही सब पढ़ा है, वही गढ़ रहा हूँ।
That is what I am, counting what you have made me count.
तेरी दिव्य सरिता का जलकल धवल हूँ। मैं भाई जी को बुलाने के लिए गई थी।
I've gone to invite him and call him
संग के अनुभव सुनाइए।
and come and share experiences with Dadi ji, and he was meeting someone at that time.
लेकिन मैंने वो सब सुनने के बाद,
But after hearing all of that,
प्रबल हूँ, कमल हूँ, तेरी दिव्य सरिता का जलकल धवल हूँ।
this is some poetry that I cannot translate. But you are the bestower of liberation. You are my devotee. You are my strength. I am your mirror. I am made through your teachings. I am Baba Srimad standing in your garden. A conversation, dialogue taking place. The health of our dear brother is fluctuating, but whatever he has merged in himself, according to his name, Nirvair, always free from grudges, the emperor of the carefree land, the one who's free, full of so many treasures, the one door to which everyone can go and never comes back empty. You definitely receive something or another from that door. You have faith, sympathy, bliss. If you go sorrowful, then you come back smiling. We have such a brother in the midst of us, and today he will fill our aprons. So now, I made a mistake by saying whatever I needed to do, but I needed to say, so please forgive me. Om Shanti, Avyakt Bap Dada's beloved brothers and sisters, the ones who have deep love not only for Bap Dada but also for Dadi Ji, Dadi Prakashmani Ji. one day in the year, this day brings back so many memories. It reminds us that God is one, God our Father is one, His corporeal medium is one, and then through the Avyakta form, Dadi Gulzar Ji is one alone. The light of Bap Dada's, the jewel of Bap Dada's eyes, the one who's following every signal from Bap Dada, the one who is putting every teaching in her life. The one who made those teachings the aim of her life. The one who received well done from Bap Dada. Or you could say that Bap Dada considered herself to be so worthy, so capable, that at that time, at the time when he had to shed his body, Brahma Baba, when he had to shed his body, that the string, the responsibility of the yajna, that Bap Dada chose, Bap Dada gave his hand in Dadi Ji's hand, and through the eyes gave her drishti and handed over all his powers to Dadi Ji. He transferred all his powers to Dadi Ji. And Prakashmani Dadi Ji accepted it, and understood accurately what she needed to do then. And all the other dadis who were present at that time, she made all of them her companions. She made 8 dadis her companions, and had a determined thought to look after the whole yajna. Shiv Baba's real experience, his real accurate Srimad, the whole system of this yajna established by Shiv Baba, Dadi Ji accepted all of this with such depth.
जान लिया
and she understood
कि बाबा ने जिस मोड़ पर हमें खड़ा किया है, इस मोड़ से
she understood that the spot that Baba had put her in, she understood that she had to take the yagya forward.
और बड़े प्रसन्नता की और बड़े गौरव की बात है
It's a matter of great pride and great joy that
साकार बाबा ने दादी जी को यज्ञ की बागडोर संभालने के निमित्त बनाया.
when Bab Dada made Dadi ji the instrument to look after the responsibility of the yagya, at that time Prajapita Brahma Kumaris Ishwariya Vishwavidyalaya, the whole institution, was just 150 centers and maybe about 10,000 brothers and sisters.
भाई बहनों की जो ऐसे पक्के
Brothers and sisters who were truly very pakka, very strong, who had imbibed knowledge and yoga in their lives and were leading their lives according to Baba's teachings. So Dadi ji embraced of each one. She didn't allow the family to feel that Bab Dada is not with them now.
अपनी विशेषताओं से अपनी कार्य प्रणाली के हिसाब से
Gradually,
दादी जी ने
with her way of working,
1969 से लेकर
from 1969 to 2007,
तक यज्ञ की बागडोर संभाली
Dadi looked after the yagya.
और इस इतने वर्षों में
38 years.
150 से
And in so many years, from 150 centers, there were 5,000 centers.
और 10 लाख से ऊपर भाई बहनें
And over
पक्के
over 1 million brothers and sisters became very strong, easy Raj Yogis.
आप दादी जी के जीवन कहानी को अगर अच्छी तरह से पढ़ेंगे,
If you read Dadi's, listen to or come to know Dadiji's life story,
ज्ञात हो जाएगा
you'll come to know
कि दादी जी का व्यक्तित्व, उनकी पर्सनैलिटी
Dadi's personality,
बहुमूल्य थी.
that it was invaluable.
बड़े बड़े लीडर्स के साथ
coming in contact with great leaders. Doesn't matter which background they came from, whether they were politicians or the sages, saints, great souls. Those who are well known in great gatherings, big gatherings. Dadi served all such souls. She invited them to her. And gave them a glimpse of this spirituality, of this godliness, so easily, with such simplicity. The aim of easy Raj Yoga, she gave them the practical experience of the aim of easy Raj Yoga. Some saints had come from Haridwar. They especially came to Madhuban. They came at night time, evening time, and they wanted to look around Madhuban to see how people were sleeping. They had especially come to see how people were sleeping here. They had come to investigate actually, because they had heard so many different stories. But after they came to Madhuban, after they met Dadi, Dadi very officially gave them so much respect, and in that very pure atmosphere of Madhuban, served them there in Madhuban. Then they weren't able to contain themselves, and they said,
Brahma Kumari Ishwari Vishwavidyalaya ki yatharth picture kya hai?
And they said, what is the reality of Prajapita Brahma Kumaris Ishwariya Vishwavidyalaya? What is this organization? They actually came to experience it by themselves, and they spoke about it in their lectures. Using very sweet words, they praised Dadiji a lot. They also praised the Yagya. They praised the residents of the Yagya. And you could say, whatever illusions they had, whatever they had heard from outside, was being at a distance, not having experienced it by themselves, all of these were put at ease. Their illusions were dispelled. This was a great test for the Yagya, and together with this, Dadiji traveled in this country and foreign countries also. She went to every corner of Bharat. She also went to many corners abroad.
उत्साह दिलाया,
Through her presence, she gave zeal and enthusiasm to so many souls, and not just zeal and enthusiasm, but she made them into very pakka, strong, easy Rajyogis.
आज इतनी संख्या में
Today in this gathering, all of us are sitting here in this, so many of us brothers and sisters, we're sitting here to especially celebrate Dadiji's day.
दादी जी नहीं चाहते थे कि इतना जल्दी वो अव्यक्त हो।
Dadiji didn't want to become avyakt so quickly,
लास्ट तक
even until the last moments.
उनकी इच्छा नहीं,
She didn't have the desire to go.
लेकिन भावी टाले न टले,
Destiny cannot be prevented.
कल पहले की तरह
Just like the previous kalpa, Dadiji's part
25 सितंबर को
August, 25th August. Dadi's part had to end on 25th August.
समाप्त हो गया। दादी जी के साथ ये यज्ञ कितना अद्भुत है।
Along with Dadiji, just see how unique this yagya is.
इसकी अपनी पहचान है।
It has its own
बहुत से लोग अभी तक भी समझ नहीं पाते हैं
identity that people are not able to understand even now. What is this institution?
इस बात को लेकर के देखा गया है कि दादी जी के समय जो बहुत बड़े बड़े प्रोग्राम हुए जिनको मेगा प्रोग्राम कहते हैं,
In Dadi's presence, all the big programs at the head, which we call the mega programs,
भारत के विभिन्न स्थानों पर
at so many different places of Bharat, from Ahmedabad, Gujarat,
और उसके अलावा
and apart from that, so many other states also. They had these mega programs. Madhya Pradesh, MP. Delhi, UP, Punjab, South India, North India,
ईस्ट इंडिया, सब तरफ,
from everywhere.
बल्कि विदेश में ऐसे प्रोग्राम हुए
There were so many programs in India and abroad.
140 देशों में
But
शिव बाबा का झंडा लहरा।
But today we have Shiv Baba's flag being hoisted in 140 countries. Not a small thing.
व्यक्तिगत रूप में दादी जी के संपर्क में
Personally being in connection with Dadi, whoever came in connection with Dadi, whether young or old, whether children,
हर एक की अपनी अपनी अनुभव की बातें हैं।
Each one has their own experience with Dadi. And if we were to
थोड़ा सा appreciative ढंग से प्रदर्शित करे, उसकी कोई प्रस्तुति यहाँ पर हो,
if we were to speak about it in an appreciative way, then you would know
कि दादी जी के समय
that during Dadiji's time,
बच्चों के जो शिविर यहाँ होते थे,
the children's camps that we used to have,
बहुत यूनिक,
they were very unique.
संतों के जो सम्मेलन होते वो अद्भुत होते थे.
The conferences of the saints that we used to have, they were very unique. The dialogues of the politicians, they were actually very unique.
इतनी उच्च कोटि के होते थे.
They used to be of such a high level.
उसमें हमारी आदरणीय दादी जानकी जी का, दादी गुलजार जी का बहुत योगदान रहा.
Yes, Dadi Janki, Dadi Gulzar had also given a lot of their help in this.
एक्चुअलाइजेशन और उसको प्रैक्टिकल में कार्यान्वित करना.
Visualization, actualization, and putting it into practical form.
वो सभी बातें
So all of these things,
दादी जी ने हम सबको ऐसे ढंग से करके दिखाई.
Dadiji demonstrated for all of us in such a way.
लीडरशिप क्या होती है?
What is leadership?
लीडर किसको कहा जा सकता?
Who would you call a leader?
आजकल वो बातें बहुत कम देखने को मिलती.
Nowadays it's very rare that you're actually able to see who can be a leader.
मुझे दादी जी के साथ 40 साल से ज़्यादा बिताने का मौका मिला.
I had the opportunity of living with Dadiji for over 40 years, from young age, from the age of 20.
उनकी गाइडेंस
I received guidance from her. I received her love,
और उसके साथ साथ
and together with that,
उनके साथ रह करके
living with her,
यज्ञ का जो स्वरूप एक छोटे से संस्था के रूप में जिसको देखा जाता था,
and just seeing how the yagya, which was just a small organization, how it became such a big organization.
ये दादी जी के उमंग उत्साह से
The hall that you are sitting in, that such a big hall was created through Dadi's zeal and enthusiasm.
simple,
Very simple,
लेकिन मैं समझता हूँ
but I
इस हॉल के
feel
अंदर
in this hall
बड़े-बड़े कार्यक्रम हुए हैं,
there's been many big programs that have taken place.
होते रहेंगे.
They'll continue to take place.
आजकल थोड़ा इसका रेनोवेशन चल रहा है.
Nowadays renovation is taking place
टाइम पर भी
during class time also.
आप सबको थोड़ा कष्ट होता होगा.
You may be feeling a little
जब
bit
यहाँ स्टेज की तरफ थोड़ी आवाज होती है,
when there's a little bit sound coming by this side of the stage, they're doing renovations of the hall, and so maybe that noise is disturbing. Just a few more days, but we would like all of this to be completed quickly. Many brothers and sisters wish to come. Even if you try to stop them, they don't want to listen. Yesterday I was speaking to Dev Bhai, the brother in charge of the accommodation, and a couple of other brothers. Brothers wish to come, brothers and sisters wish in this number, region of this number, they want to come, so what should we do? We want to give them proper accommodation, keeping cleanliness in mind. Making sure that they receive pure food, good food, making sure no one has any difficulties. According to Bap Dada's Srimad, she created a program for all of us, brothers and sisters who come here, whether they're coming for the first time or doesn't matter how many times they've come here already. They should feel that this place belongs to them. You don't find this anywhere else. So just before I stop, I would say hundreds of thousands of brothers will continue to come, but this invaluable diamond, that was Dadi Prakashmani. Prakash, light, money, jewel, the jewel of light, the one who put into practice, who spread the light of Baba's knowledge and yoga in the whole world. It's only after a kalpa that we will find such a Prakashmani again.
Om Shanti. अनुभवों की पूंजी से राधा जी ने 7 रंग हमारे सामने रखे.
Brother
दादी जी के एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के
displayed in front of us the 7 colors of his experiences, his whole life's experiences. We saw many different colors of Dadi's drishti, Dadi's love, Dadi's teachings. Now we have Dr. Nirmala in front of us, who stayed abroad, lived abroad and spread the fragrance of Baba's knowledge. And when Baba made her the instrument to look after Gyan Sarovar, she's the director of Gyan Sarovar and looking after the service there. Didi has many such experiences, so that I would request Didi to just give us a taste of her experiences. There are many new brothers who will see Dadi through your vision, through your eyes. Om Shanti.
दादी प्रकाशमणि से पालना लेने का हमको 1964 से 1974 तक लाभ मिला.
I had the opportunity of taking the benefit of taking sustenance from Dadiji from 1964 to 1974.
और मैं 62 दिसंबर में आई तो दादी
I came in December 1962. Dadi came there in 1964. Dadi's sustenance that I received was very valuable when I went abroad.
तो जब तक दादी जान के 74 में सेटल हुई,
when Dadi Janki settled in, went abroad in 74, until then I had relationships with Dadi, and I used to receive sustenance from her. Dadi herself had a lot of enthusiasm, and she would encourage everyone also.
71 में हम जब पहली बारी विदेश गए,
In 1971, when I went abroad the first time, that when Didi had come to London,
भव्य रीति से प्रकाश स्तंभ,
so Dadi took us to Shanti Stam, the Tower of Peace in Pandabhavan, and gave us farewell, bid farewell to us. So many Dadis there. Someone gave us flowers, someone sprinkled nectar on us, someone gave us fruits, someone gave us toli. They were playing songs, and the song that they were playing, a Sakar Baba song, "Oh God, the decoration of your house of your home is leaving." And then when I came back, I was welcomed very beautifully also.
76 में,
And then in 1976, I went to Australia, New Zealand.
वहाँ पर विशेष न्यूजीलैंड में कोई सेवा केंद्र नहीं था.
At that time, there were no centers in New Zealand.
किसी गृहस्थ के घर में रहते थे.
I was staying at a householder, their home.
ज्ञान में था,
The brother used to follow knowledge,
माता ज्ञान में नहीं थी.
but his wife was not following knowledge.
घर में रहना
And then to stay in their home,
कभी-कभी थोड़ा कठिन लगता था.
sometimes I found it a little bit difficult.
तो मैंने दादी को पत्र लिखा.
So I wrote to Dadi ji,
तो दादी ने लिखा,
and Dadi ji wrote back,
तुम शेरनी हो.
"You are a lioness.
शेरनी अकेले घूमती है.
Lionesses wander around alone. It's elephants who wander around in a group like a herd, but lionesses go alone by themselves."
तो इसी रीति दादी ने हमें
So in this way, Dadi
उल्लास दिलाया.
encouraged me, gave me a lot of courage, and
विदेश सेवा पर थोड़ा मुश्किल होते भी जाती रही.
I continued to go and serve abroad, even though I found it a little bit difficult. And then when Dadi asked me, "Will you go?" I said, "Yes, Dadi, I will go."
तो पहली बारी सारे विश्व का चक्कर लगाना था.
So the first time I had to go around the whole world.
दादी ने कहा, लंदन में
But then Dadi said,
केंद्र चलाओ.
"Open a center in London."
अमेरिका होके
So I went to America, and then I came to London
और सेवा केंद्र शुरू किया.
and started a center here in London.
तो जब दादी जान की आ गई, जयंती बहन आ गई, फिर मैंने लंदन से छुट्टी ली.
When Dadi Janki had arrived in UK and Jayanti Ben was there, I took leave from London, and then I went to Mauritius and other places, Malaysia and other places.
जब भी हम यहाँ आते थे,
So whenever we used to come here,
से भी पत्र लिखते
or
थे.
if we used to correspond with Dadi from there, then we would receive responses from Dadi. We would be getting guidance from Dadi of what we need to do.
इससे दादी का कई बातें हैं.
Many things that I can share about Dadi.
थोड़ा ही अनुभव सुनाएंगे.
Today I'll share just a few experiences because we're quite late with the program. So Om Shanti.
ओम शांति. हमारे बीच संदेशी बहन आए और भोग लगाएं.
So now we will, before Bhog is offered,
दीदी से निवेदन करेंगे
And I'm going to request Munni Ben, respected Munni Ben, just as we offer bhog to Baba, we also offer bhog to Dadiji in the same way. So today she's going to share with us what she's going to be offering to Dadiji for bhog. Because having prepared everything with just as much love and bhavna as it's been done for Baba, it's also been done for Dadiji this morning. Om Shanti.
अभी हम सभी प्यारे बाबा को भोग लगाएंगे.
Now we'll offer bhog to beloved Baba, to our beloved Dadiji.
दादी जी की सर्व सखियां भी आएगी.
I'm sure all of Dadi's friends will come and they'll have a picnic amongst themselves. And all of us will also accept that bhog with a lot of love. Kishore Bhai has prepared 75 types of tholi. Food, 25 dishes, general dishes, and 25 varieties of meal of the food, and the fruits that everyone has brought. There's 25 varieties of fruits. So everything all together, there is today we're going to be offering Baba and Dadi 150 varieties of fruits, tholis, and food. So everyone please also accept with that same bhavna. One other thing very important that all of you should pay attention to. After bhog, those brothers and sisters who come specially for Dadiji's day and haven't yet taken their gifts will go to the conference hall. First you collect your gift and then go for Brahma Pujan. Please pay attention to this.
हम जहाँ संदेशी बहन से आग्रह करेंगे कि वतन में जाएं, उसके बाद मधुरवाणी ग्रुप भी आपके सामने.
So I'm going to request our trans messenger sister to carry the bhog to Baba, and after that we'll have the Madhurvani group singing. After the bhog has been offered to Baba and we've heard Baba's message.
तुम्हारी आते ही बाबा भी याद आता है।
याद तुम्हारी आते ही बाबा भी याद आता है। दादी मेरी दादी, दादी मीठी दादी, दादी मेरी दादी, दादी मेरी दादी। शिव शक्ति से नानी तुमसे आत्मा में बल आया।
शिव शक्ति से नानी तुमसे आत्मा में बल आया।
माया धूप से रक्षा करने तुमने की शीतल छाया। ऐसा रक्षा बंधन बांधा तोड़ न कोई पाता है।
सारक्षा बंधन बांधा तोड़ न कोई पाता है।
याद तुम्हारी आते ही बाबा भी याद आता है। दादी मेरी दादी, दादी मीठी दादी।
बाबा के हर गीतों में दादी बोल तुम्हारे हैं।
बाबा के हर गीतों में दादी बोल तुम्हारे हैं। दादी के हर बोलों में बाबा बाबा प्यारे हैं।
बाबा दादी बाबा दादी गाते मन सुख पाता है।
बाबा दादी बाबा दादी गाते मन सुख पाता है। याद तुम्हारी आते ही बाबा भी याद आता है। दादी मेरी दादी, दादी प्यारी दादी। निमित्त और निर्माण भाव से निर्मल वाणी रखना है।
निमित्त और निर्माण भाव से निर्मल वाणी रखना है।
संपन्न संतुष्ट संपूर्ण पवित्र बाबा जैसा बनना है। नवयुग रचने चली तुम आगे, जग ये पीछे आता है।
अब युग रचने चली तुम आगे, जग पीछे आता है।
याद
याद तुम्हारी आते ही बाबा भी याद आता है। दादी मेरी दादी, दादी मेरी दादी, ओ दादी तेरे गुणों की गाथा सारा जग ये गाता है।
सच्ची लगन से बन जा बाबा के तू गले को हार उड़ जा प्यारे वतन में नीले अंबर के उस पार हो नीले अंबर के उस पार पंछी रे ओ बाबा तुम मात पिता हो तुम ही हो जग के तारनहार ओ बाबा तुम मात पिता हो तुम ही हो जग के तारनहार दुख हरता तुम सुख करता हो गुणों के भंडार हम सब बच्चे गाते हैं तेरी हम सब बच्चे गाते हैं तेरी महिमा अपरंपार उड़ जा प्यारे वतन में नीले अंबर के उस पार नीले अंबर के उस पार पंछी रे उड़ जा प्यारे वतन में नीले अंबर के उस पार नीले अंबर के उस पार हो नीले अंबर के उस
तेरी याद का अमृत पीते हैं तेरी याद का अमृत पीते हैं तेरी याद में
A special garland for Nirabai.
तेरी याद में जीते हैं बाबा तेरी याद का अमृत पीते हैं तेरी याद का
A special garland for Muniben.
रहे याद सदा ही साथ तेरी रहे याद सदा ही साथ तेरी बस और न हम कुछ चाहेंगे बस और न हम कुछ चाहेंगे तेरी याद का अमृत पीते हैं तेरी याद का अमृत
Wanting some fruits.
जो पल बीते तेरी यादों में जो पल बीते तेरी यादों में वो पल अविनाशी होते हैं वो पल अविनाशी होते हैं हर पल को सफल बना देंगे हर पल को सफल बना देंगे तेरी याद कभी ना छोड़ेंगे तेरी याद कभी ना छोड़ेंगे तेरी याद का अमृत पीते यूं ही आप रहो संग संग बाबा, यूं ही आप रहो संग संग बाबा, इस दुनिया के सुख पाने क्या, इस दुनिया के सुख पाने क्या, लहराते रहे तेरी यादों में, लहराते रहे तेरी यादों में, उन यादों में खो जाएंगे, उन यादों में खो जाएंगे, तेरी याद का अमृत पीते हैं, तेरी याद का अमृत पीते हैं, तेरी याद में जीते हैं बाबा, तेरी याद में जीते हैं बाबा, तेरी याद का अमृत पीते हैं, तेरी याद का अमृत पीते हैं, रहे याद सदा ही साथ तेरी, रहे याद सदा ही साथ तेरी, बस और न हम कुछ चाहेंगे, बस और न हम कुछ चाहेंगे, तेरी याद का अमृत पीते हैं, तेरी याद का अमृत पीते हैं, तेरी याद का अमृत पीते हैं।
बाबा तेरे हम रहे यही जिंदगी का सार है, बाबा तेरे हम रहे यही जिंदगी का सार है, इस भरे संसार में तेरा प्यार ही आधार है, इस भरे संसार में तेरा प्यार ही आधार है, बाबा तेरे हम रहे। प्राणों में बस तू है बाबा और न दूजा कोई, प्राणों में बस तू है बाबा और न दूजा कोई, स्वर जो तुमने दे दिया है कानों में गूंजा वही, स्वर जो तुमने दे दिया है कानों में गूंजा वही, कानों में गूंजा वही, बाबा तू ही एक जिस पर बच्चों का अधिकार है, बाबा तू ही एक जिस पर बच्चों का अधिकार है, बाबा तेरे हम रहे। हमने ढूंढा आप जैसा बाबा कोई ना मिला, हमने ढूंढा आप जैसा बाबा कोई ना मिला, जिसको अपना कह सके ऐसा हितैषी ना मिला, जिसको अपना कह
Munni Ben just put a bracelet on our respected Dadiji and having a beautiful meeting with Dadiji. Today I went to the subtle region taking book for our beloved Bab Dada. As I reached the subtle region, I saw
विशेष रूप से दादी जी को तो इमर्ज किया ही था.
Of course, Baba had emerged, Dadiji especially, but along with her, all the older Dadis, the original jewels, were all visible in this subtle region. They were all emerged there also.
ऐसे कहते हुए बाबा ने एक देवी का रूप इमर्ज किया.
Having seen all the Dadis, Baba made a goddess form emerge. She was a goddess with 8 arms. In that goddess form, there were 8 arms were visible. All the Dadis were there. Then Baba began to ask me, "Child, what are you seeing?" And I said, "Baba, today it's Dadi's day, and I have brought everyone's remembrances and bhog in Dadiji's remembrance." Then Baba said and also showed me up above is Shiv Baba, then below him is Brahma Baba and Mama. And then as the arms are shown
के रूप में दिखाई दे रही थी।
The arms were visible in the form of the 8 arms.
वो भुजाएं बहुत तेजी से
One after another, the arms
आगे
were
बढ़ती जा रही हैं,
continuing to move forward.
दिखाई दे रही हैं। बाबा ने कहा, बच्ची कुछ समझा?
And Baba said, "Child, did you understand anything?"
बाबा को कहा,
And I
समझा।
said,
बाबा ने फिर कहा,
"Yes, Baba, I understood." Then Baba clarified,
देखो बच्ची,
"Look, child,
जब शिव बाबा ब्रह्मा तन में आया
when Shiv Baba came into the body
और
of Brahma,
तन के द्वारा
and through the body of Brahma,
बाबा ने इन दादियों को अपना निमित्त बनाकर
Baba made the Dadis his instruments,
पूजा दिखाते हैं।
and just as the goddesses are shown with the 8 arms,
देवियों को तैयार किया है,
Baba prepared so many goddesses.
तैयार किया
He
है।
prepared so many of his arms.
देखती हूँ एकदम से दृश्य इमर्ज होता है।
Then I see that
दादी है,
another scene emerges. There's Dadi and Mama,
दादियों का हाथ
and it's as though the hands of all Dadis
बहुत तेजी
are
से
moving forward.
बढ़ रहा है, दिखाई दे रहा है।
They're visible just in front of
बाबा ने
me.
कहा कि बच्ची, ये बाबा का यज्ञ
Baba said, "Child, this is Baba's yagya."
दादियों से और देवियों से ये यज्ञ चल रहा है
This yagya is continuing to move
और
with the
सबके
Dadis and the
सहयोग से
goddesses
चल रहा है।
and with everyone's cooperation.
दादी बड़े प्रेम से देखती है
Dadi looked at
अपनी
everyone
साथी
mercifully
दादियों को,
and looking at her companions, the Dadis.
लग रहा था।
It was a very beautiful scene.
तो मैंने फिर बाबा को कहा
And
कि
I said to
आज
Baba,
तो विशेष दादी के निमित्त ही
today
याद और भोग लेकर के
I have specially come with Bhog and remembrances for Dadi because it's her day.
दादी के निमित्त याद है
Baba said, yes, the remembrance is for Dadi. And Baba is saying that when the month of August comes,
विशेष ब्राह्मण बच्चों के मन में दिल में
then specially
स्वतः ही दादी के प्रति
all Brahmin children have so much love emerging in their hearts and minds for Dadiji.
वो मन ही मन में याद आने लगती है।
And begin to remember all the old things
बाबा ने कहा,
from the early days.
आज दादी का दिन है,
Baba said,
इसलिए बाबा ने
because it is Dadi's day
अपनी
today,
सभी दादियों को, बच्चियों को इमर्ज
Baba has made all the Dadis, all the daughters emerge.
फिर मम्मा को देखकर कहते हैं,
Then Baba's looking at Mama and saying,
कर कहते हैं,
looking at Baba's looking at Mama and Dadi and say, look, today from the Sakar, from the corporeal world, they have sent so many types of fruits and tolis and the food, the dishes for Dadiji
बड़े
and
प्यार
Baba.
से भोग की थाली की तरफ निहारते हैं।
So Baba and the Dadis began to look at the bowl plate, and each Dadi
भोग की एक-एक चीज को देख करके
was looking at each thing on the bhog tray and was just praising it. Wow, wow.
आपका कमाल है।
Baba, it is your wonder
साकार में बैठे
that
बच्चे भी
the children sitting in the corporeal world
कार्य कर रहे हैं,
are
निभा रहे हैं।
carrying on with all your tasks, fulfilling their responsibilities. And Dadi was also looking at everything with a lot of love.
बाबा पहले
And she
आप
said,
स्वीकार करेंगे,
Baba, first you have to accept it,
हम सभी स्वीकार
and then all of us will accept it.
तो बाबा ने कहा, बाबा तो स्वीकार करेगा,
Baba will of course
पर
accept
आप
it,
सभी
but
को पहले बाबा ने बुलाया है।
Baba has invited all of you here. He has given you an invitation, and so Baba will first of all
तो बाबा ने
wants to feed all of you original jewels, the Dadis first.
अपनी भुजाएं अपने हाथ से एक-एक दादी को
It was as though Baba then
मीठा करा रही है।
was then feeding each Dadi personally with his hand.
सभी की विशेष
sweetening
याद
their
दादी
mouths.
के निमित्त लेकर के पहुंची हूँ।
So I said, I've come carrying everyone's remembrance, especially for Dadi. So what will Dadi do? And Dadi said,
आप ही बच्चों को वतन में इमर्ज करो और बुलाओ।
Dadi said, Baba, you call all the children in the subtle region, and with your hands
वतन में बैठे बच्चों को भी
also feed the children who are sitting in the corporeal world. Give them something sweet.
खिलाओ या कुछ भी दो।
Give them something.
तो बाबा और दादियाँ
So Baba and Dadis who were all sitting there,
मैं भी जैसे अपने आप में
I was also just
सामने बैठ गई
sitting
और
in front of Baba,
बड़ा सुंदर दृश्य दादियों को देखकर
seeing the beautiful scene of the Dadis. I was feeling very happy and bubbling inside.
फिर बाबा ने जैसे कि हमें वहाँ बिठा दिया।
Then Baba made me
और
sit
मैं
down
बाबा
there,
को बड़े प्यार से देख रही थी
and I was looking at Baba with a lot of love
बाबा कैसे अपने बच्चों की
of how
सूक्ष्म पालना कर रहे हैं।
Baba is sustaining all his children in a subtle
और
way.
बाबा ने फिर बहुत प्यार से
Then
वो सभी
Baba
को खिलाया
fed everyone the bhog with a
और
lot
जो
of
स्टेज
love,
पर बैठे भाई
and all
बहन
the brothers and sisters who were sitting on the stage.
सभी को बड़े प्यार से इमर्ज करते हुए
Baba immersed them
बहुत
and
से भरी दृष्टि बाबा दे
giving
रहे
them
थे।
living drishti.
दादी भी दे रही थी
Dadi was also giving
और ऐसे
drishti,
लग रहा था कि
and it
दादी
felt as
भी
though
सभी अपनी शक्ति सेना को अपनी भुजाओं में समा रही थी।
Dadi was merging her Shakti army in her arms. Saying this, I carried the love and remembrances and came down below. Om Shanti.
Yeah, are you stopping webcast?
Om Shanti.
जनवरी 1969 सृष्टि चक्र के